the other guys like Aaron Gordon and guys like Jamal Murray firing on all cylinders, because that's really the difference. Nikola Jokic is the constant. But it'll be interesting to me to see how much coaching matters down the stretch, because, of course, the Nuggets have an interim head coach, and we have a lot of coaches with a ton of championship experience that are in the Western Conference. So I feel like the West is the more interesting of the conferences, but I don't know. The Pacers have kind of got the number of the Cavs, so we'll see if that series is more interesting than people thought.
Yeah, also James Harden, another bad performance in a Game 7 for the Clippers. In his last 5 Game 7 elimination games, he's averaged 13 points, shooting just 31% from the field. Not good. Coming up on the show, Abdul Carter has a team, but he's still looking for a jersey. We are headed to the NFL next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Great to have you with us on a Monday. Good morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM network. Coming up on the show, the Saints could be starting their rookie quarterback earlier than expected. Ooh, what are you drinking, Chelsea? I just saw it. Little booze this morning, so I'm going to wake up to the right start.
Yeah, you know me. Always drinking booze at 5:21 a.m. Central Time. No, I have iced coffee in this Phil Mickelson tumbler.
Oh, where'd you get that bad boy? Special order? Did Jake order that? I bet he did.
He did. There was some type of like wellness coffee, and this came with it. So I don't know if you can see. It is Phil Mickelson's like signature pose or whatever.
Yeah.
But
4-inch
it's
vertical.
mine now. I feel like I always do this. Jake orders like cool cups, and I use them. Like, thanks.
Well, you know what? If it works, it works. Are you drinking what kind of coffee did you say? Not normal coffee.
Well, that's what the cup came with. I'm not drinking the wellness coffee. I don't really like it.
Wellness? How do you have wellness coffee? What in the world is that?
It has like some extra ingredients in it. And like, I don't really know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But the reason I don't like it because it's cinnamon flavored. I'm not a big cinnamon girl. So I stick with vanilla or chocolate flavors. So I do chocolate milk and iced coffee. That's my normal mix. That or like protein shake.
Okay. I like cinnamon rolls, something like that. But anything that, like a drink that has cinnamon in it, every now and then a restaurant will try to get fancy. Like, ooh, and it has like a cinnamon sprinkle. I'm like, yeah, I don't want cinnamon in my drink. Yeah, that's just not my thing.
Especially in the summer. It feels like a very seasonal flavor, does it not? Like a fall flavor.
Yeah, it's more of a fall thing. I agree. It always goes back to booze at some point on this show. Hey, Chelsea, we have some exciting news, especially here in D.C., because the District of Columbia will host the 2027 NFL Draft. Unbelievable. So the White House is expected to make the announcement official later on today, and the draft, as you might expect, is going to take place on the National Mall. So it's not a coincidence that this comes just a week and a half after the Commanders and the District of Columbia came to an agreement to build a brand new stadium at the RFK site. Now, it should be pointed out the D.C. City Council still needs to approve that measure, but it will probably go through, knock on wood. And now that has taken place, now D.C. is going to get the draft here in a couple years and potentially a Super Bowl down the line. So it is just amazing how quickly things have changed with this franchise and by proxy, this city over the last couple of years. This would have been unthinkable just a few years ago.
Oh, absolutely. So it feels like everything's going in the direction of
crazy.
DC, at least when it comes to a sports perspective. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong. Does it feel weird that the White House is making this announcement? Like, what do they have to do with things? Like, I understand it's their city, but, like, does this feel strange to anybody else?
I think
Shouldn't
it's
we be doing other
strange.
things?
Well, this is one of those. Look, it's on the National Mall, right? So that's under their purview, so they have to allow this. But this is one of those easy political wins. Do you know what I mean?
Layup.
This is a layup. This will be, look what we did. Look what we did for the city. Look what we're doing for the nation's capital. We were able to make this happen. And, of course, they'll take full credit for it. So this is one of the – it's like when what was it? A few years ago when Florida State didn't make the college football playoff and some guy in the Senate introduced a bill. And it was like, hey, let's go ahead and sue the NCAA or the committee because the Seminoles just it's just a lot of posturing. This is just a layup politically where they'll come out, they'll take credit, and they'll say, look what we did. There's no downside to that. So that's exactly what's going on.
That or redemption for JD Vance, right? Isn't he the one that's always messing things up? Like, this is not political. Didn't he break the trophy for college football?
He did.
And then he had that picture with the Pope. So come on, JD Vance. Don't mess this one up.
He's going to reach at some point. the next team that visits the White House, he'll reach for the Lombardi Trophy, and they'll just be like, here's a football. Handle this. No. Just grab this football and toss it somewhere. So that's really exciting. I mean, I know it's a couple years away, but this is something, again, this is absolutely based on the fact that the Commanders have new ownership, and they have made all of this happen. Because I can assure you, when Dan Snyder was the owner of this team, there was not a lot of positive communication between Snyder and the D.C. City Council. Like the mayor and Snyder did not get along, and now it's just everything has opened up for this franchise, and this is just another thing that sort of proves that. Elsewhere in the NFL, so this is really interesting. Abdul Carter, stud defensive end out of Penn State, drafted by the Giants. First, last week, he wore number 11 at Penn State. So he asked last week the great Lawrence Taylor if he could wear 56, Lawrence Taylor is the greatest defensive player of all time. Like, if you're a little bit younger, do yourself a favor and just go on YouTube and watch Lawrence Taylor highlights. Like, this guy, to this day, ask anyone who has been around for a long time, they're like, oof, it's LT. So Abdul Carter asked Lawrence Taylor if he could wear 56. LT's 56. And Lawrence Taylor was like, I appreciate it. I'm rooting for you, but you need to make your own mark. Okay, so that didn't work. So then, because Abdul Carter wore 11 at Penn State, which they give out 11 at Penn State to a lot of great players. I think LeVar Arrington wore back in the day. Then he asked if he could wear 11, which was worn by Giants legend Phil Simms, the quarterback. And Phil Simms initially said, you know what? Okay. And then his family outvoted him and said, no, you're not giving up your number. So this has caused some interesting discussion as to whether Carter should be asking for this jersey or jerseys in the first place. Here's what Gronk said about it on his Dudes on Dudes podcast.
They got Abdul Carter. Was he serious asking for LT's number? Yeah, you were a high draft pick, but LT is an absolute legend. The best to do it. One of the best defenders of all time. Like, you got to prove yourself. That's crazy just asking for LT's number. And I'm glad that LT shut him down like that.
That was such an LT response. Go make your own freaking number, kid. Can we read a room? And it's not even the room. It's the football galaxy. The fact that he even asked, that's crazy to me. Maybe he'll go make another one. And people say, oh, the 11 thing. But they give everyone 11 at Penn State. No one ever puts on the 56.
Yeah, like the dudes know. No one puts on the 56. Should Abdul Carter be making this ask in the first place, Chelsea?
Well, it's kind of strange because this is a big story here locally, here in Nashville, because Warren Moon just gave his number to Cam Ward. So there are guys and there are precedents for this happening. But Lawrence Taylor, you're right. Like, he's an absolute legend. If I'm sitting in Abdul Carter's shoes, do you really want to measure yourself up to somebody like that before you even set foot in the NFL? That's what I keep coming back to, is that I wouldn't even want to put myself in that conversation. It's like the people who cover songs of like the great voices of all time on American Idol. It's like, oh, you want to sing a Whitney Houston song?
Right.
You think you're going to do it better than her? So I feel like if I'm Abdul Carter, I wouldn't even want to put myself in this position.
Oh, I cannot believe he would even have the audacity to ask, honestly. Asking for Lawrence Taylor's number is just insanity. Like, that number should never be touched ever. LT was one of one, and to this day. And I mean, across eras. Like, that's how you know, is that a lot of times when you compare greats versus greats, you hear it was a different era. Not when it comes to Lawrence Taylor. Like, Lawrence Taylor dominated in a way that I still haven't seen. And maybe you could say, I don't know, Dick Butkus or someone like that. But ultimately, LT was just, he was absolutely different. And we still haven't seen anyone like him to this day. So when you're a college kid, and look, Abdul Carter may have a great pro career. The thing about it is this, Abdul Carter will not have a better career than Lawrence Taylor. You shouldn't even put that out there into the universe. But even if he had an all-pro career, multiple Pro Bowls, he's still not going to match Lawrence Taylor, so why even ask? I think my issue is when you haven't played a single down of college or pro football and you decide, I'm going to ask to wear the number of the greatest defensive player of all time, like, maybe you just need to check yourself a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's what it boils down to for me, is the humility. You need to go into the NFL with a little bit of it because you haven't proven anything just yet, even though you are super high draft pick. But Jenks, again, going back to the Warren Moon giving his uniform to Cam Ward, how does this change your opinion of Cam Ward? The fact that Warren Moon was willing to give his jersey. And I'll say this, Warren Moon's probably not in the same conversation as, Lawrence Taylor, but still he was a really good quarterback and one of the franchise greats. So I feel like this says a lot about Cam Ward's character and the fact that these two have had such good interactions, because it feels like they do have like a bit of a relationship. And I think that's why he gave him the uniform.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not crazy about it, honestly, because Warren Moon was unbelievable as well. He was a great player in the CFL, believe it or not. He won like 4 or 5 Grey Cups and then went on and had a spectacular career in the NFL. So I'm just not – I feel like you have to pay respects to the legends, and I'm not necessarily a fan of these kids coming out and saying, oh, I want to wear your number. But the difference here is if there's a relationship there, then I think that changes the calculus a little bit. It's like, okay, well, we have a relationship that other players don't have. It's one thing for Abdul Carter to just reach out randomly to Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah.
And then it's different when Cam Ward and Warren Moon have a relationship. So there's an actual friendship or bond there that makes that, I think, more palatable.
Yeah, it feels like he wants to be a part of his career, and say, hey, like I was part of the reason why he succeeds, why he doesn't succeed. So now do you think that people are going to have to ask permission from Shedeur Sanders to wear his uniform at Colorado?
Shedeur probably charge them. Like, yes, you can wear it, but it's, I'm going to need a monthly fee for that. So,
he was 13 and 12. I mean, have some respect.
He was. And what did he win? What was the bowl game that nothing. No, I
don't think they won the bowl game.
No, they didn't. They got blown out by BYU in the Alamo Bowl. They won nothing.
Some respect.
Show some respect. The love of God. Oh, would you respect Tyler Shaw? Did I get this name right? I hope so. Shuck? I do this every time. God, it's like when I called.
It doesn't look like it.
I called. Remember, I called Justin Verlander Jason Verlander for like 5 years, and I know his name, and I just could not. Tyler Shuck. Here we go. I'm going to have to put pronouncers in for myself. Reportedly, according to Mike Sando of The Athletic, and now this is where you take it with a grain of salt. One anonymous NFL executive says that Shuck, who's the number 40 overall pick in the draft, could be the Saints starter this season because of Derek Carr's shoulder injury. Because a couple of weeks before the draft, NFL Network's Ian Rappaport said, look, Derek Carr may not be able to play this season or may not be able to play a significant portion of this season because his shoulder injury just isn't healing the way that it should, which means Tyler Shuck could be the guy. Tyler Shuck is 25 already, by the way, and he could be the Saints starter this season. How would you feel about the Saints 8-1 to win the NFC South with a rookie like Tyler Shuck, who received a lot of derision before the draft for some of his throws that he made at Louisville? Went 8-4 last season, was a successful quarterback, kind of bounced around before finishing his career with the Cardinals. But depending on how your view is of Tyler Shuck, this could be good news and it could be really bad news.
Yeah, especially when the team around him isn't that great. It'd be one thing if he was going to a very good organization, which I'm not saying the Saints aren't because they've had some success in the past, just not with this current regime. So we've seen some really bad quarterback play from the Saints, and I feel like Tyler Shuck's not going to go in there and light up the world. Like, I could be wrong because I understand some GMs are super sold on his arm talent, but we've seen this in the NFL. It takes way more than just arm talent. It takes, mitigating big mistakes. And we've seen this with Will Levis. How many times do you have to say it? Will Levis is super athletic and somebody who's a gamer and competitive. But did you see some of the interceptions that he threw last year for my Titans? So I feel like that is going to be the thing for Tyler Shuck. When you see some of the mistakes that he made in college football, playing, what they play in the ACC. Is Louisville still in the ACC? I don't know. But not against top-notch competition is what I'm saying. But does he have a chance to be the starting quarterback if Derek Carr is hurt? Sure. What's the quarterback room? Spencer Rattler and Jake Haener.
God.
So, yeah, it could be him.
It's going to be a bad year for the Saints. Their win total is set at 6.5. It's juiced to the under, -160. I would take the under. It's going to be a bad year. Like, the Saints have all sorts of salary cap problems. And Spencer Rattler went 0-6 last year as a starter for the Saints. Tyler Shuck's 25. I mean, My God, if you're going to draft a guy who's already 25, you might as well start him immediately. Give him a head start. It's not like he's a kid any longer. I just feel like the Saints are a mess right now.
Yeah, they don't feel like one of those teams I have a ton of confidence in. I will say they do play in the NFC South, which feels very winnable most years. But maybe we should start giving more respect to the Tampa Bay Bucks, because I feel like we say that every year, and then the Tampa Bay Bucks are like decent in the postseason.
Yeah, the Bucks, and they added Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State, so they're going to be even more dangerous on offense. Baker Mayfield has come alive. I mean, they're the favorites for a reason, and we'll see how the Falcons do in year 2 with Michael Penix Jr. But as far as the Saints go, I don't want to say it's going to be a lost season, but they have a lot of work to do. Coming up next here on the show, the votes have been cast, but who will proudly take home the honor of our Monday MVP? Find out next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Monday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us. Coming up on the show, we'll look back at the best performances from the past couple days and tell you which one stands above them all. We'll do that. We'll bring in Denton Day, our producer, D-Day, and he'll lead us through that. Oh, man, Chelsea. Just a quick story. This is a little home improvement action on this show. I know people are like, oh, God, Jenkins, make it quick. And I will. Saturday night, we're with some friends. We stayed in Purcellville, Virginia over the weekend. We stayed with some friends, went there on Friday and stayed a couple nights, hung out with them, went to the races, a good time. And so on Saturday night, we're sitting around the fire, and I did a really good job of staying off my phone and not really being online much, which I was really proud of. And then I glance down, and I see a quick text, and it's my next-door neighbor. And she's like, hey, this is at 10:30 at night, by the way. Had a full day out at the races. We're sitting outside, drinks in hand, fire's going. Hey, Michael, I hate to bother you. Our ceiling is leaking, and I think it might be from your refrigerator. This happened a few months ago. And guess what? I had to stand up, bring myself together, and spend 45 minutes to an hour. We got it figured out. I let them into our place because we have a code on our door. So I said, listen, you can go up into our place. Here's the code. Go in. And then together we're trying to figure out how to shut off this leak. And it finally happened. We were this close to calling an emergency plumber. I'm like, am I going to have to call a plumber on a Saturday night while I'm not even at home and have someone come over and figure this out? But at the last second, we figured it out, stopped the leak. So now we just need to have the refrigerator fixed. All is well. But I can assure you that is not how I wanted to spend an hour or so at the end of my day on Saturday, man. It never ends.
Hey, Jenks, is your refrigerator running?
Oh, God.
Better go catch it. I would make that joke so many times if I was a plumber. I would do that every time. They'd be like,
would you?
Oh, my God, can you just fix our refrigerator? No, I had to make that joke. By law, I had to do it.
What are you doing? I'm giving you a 1-star review on Google right now for that joke. That's what I'm doing.
I don't care.
Oh,
it had to happen.
Had to be done. So thankfully that is over. Also, what is over is Greg Popovich as head coach of the Spurs. He is stepping down, going to take over as president of the team. So, as we know, Pop had a stroke in early November of last year. Mitch Johnson will take over as head coach. He was the interim head man when Pop stepped away. And first of all, I'm glad Pop is healthy enough to continue as president. That will take away from some of the grind of the day-to-day that goes into being an NBA head coach. But, man, I'll tell you what, one of the greats of all time. And he's not done, so I don't want to treat this like some sort of eulogy or anything like that because he still has a career ahead of him. This is probably best for his health. I'm glad he's still part of the organization because if you love the NBA, you love Pop.
Yeah, he's one of the faces that you think of when you think the San Antonio Spurs, and you always will if you grew up watching the teams that he coached. And I do think that it feels sad to me that he got to see like the mountaintop for the next generation.
Yeah.
And he's not going to be there to coach Wemby because that's what we all thought when Victor Wembanyama went to the Spurs. We said, oh, hell yes, he gets a great coach in Coach Pop and a team that certainly needs it because we know the Spurs have not been one of the better teams in the NBA, and sometimes that's how it goes. But this is going to be an enormous responsibility for the coach that takes over in Mitch Johnson. So big shoes to fill. And as far as personality goes, I think Coach Pop is one of my favorite personalities.
Yes.
As a head coach. Somebody who's always, it feels like he's always smarter than everybody else, and he knows it. He's super sarcastic. He's always himself, and we're certainly going to miss him in those post-game press conferences.
Oh, there's no question about that. And I remember because I covered the Spurs for a short time when I was in Austin, because San Antonio is not far from Austin, so we would cover Spurs games on a regular basis. And I remember when Bob Hill was the head coach, and then Pop took over, and Pop really didn't have that head coaching experience. He was a part of the organization, and I remember thinking, a lot of people thought, well, is this going to be successful or not? He's inserting himself into this role. Well, yes, that was absolutely the right call. One of the greatest head coaches in NBA history. So glad he's getting healthier and glad he is still part of the organization. Okay, now it is time. We've had a full weekend to think about it. We want to cast our votes. It is time to vote on a winner of the weekend.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP. MVP.
And for that, we bring in our producer, our executive producer, Denton Day. D-Day, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a great weekend. So we got a couple of nominations for the MVP of the weekend. We first start in the world of golf.
Full circle for Scheffler. Scotty wins for the first time this year, and it comes in the event he attended as a kid. Wire to wire.
Full circle story. The event Scotty attended as a kid, he wins this weekend, the CJ Cup. But the reason I put this in here, it's not a big event and it's not the Masters. He won by 8 strokes. He shot 31 under par. I didn't even know that was allowed. The tear that Scotty Scheffler was on, so he is nominee number 1 for Monday MVP.
All right, that's a good one. What else we got?
All right, nominee number 2. This comes on the track.
Journalism and sovereignty, nose to nose, down to the last 16th of a mile. Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baez is third, but it will be sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby. Journalism and Baez over next. Final Gambit was fourth.
Sovereignty winning the Kentucky Derby at 7-1 odds. As someone with a journalism degree, I don't like seeing journalism lose yet again. But it just is the world we live in now. So Sovereignty gets the dub in the Kentucky Derby. Our third nomination comes in the NBA on the Eastern side, the Eastern Conference.
Halliburton doing his dance. Crosses over, steps back, and buries it.
Tyrese Halliburton, he had 22 and 13 for Indiana as they upset the Cleveland Cavaliers. This has nothing to do with MVP Monday. I just want to point it out. Tyrese Halliburton's jump shot looks awful. Anyway, it went in, though. So they won the basketball game. That's what matters. And then my fourth and final nomination for MVP Monday came late last night in the Western Conference.
Last shot of the first quarter, it's in. Buddy Hield delivers a big one at the end of the first quarter.
Buddy Hield, the smile you could see from space, 33 points, 12 of 15, 9 of 3 from three-point range, and he helps lift the Warriors to a Game 7 victory over the Rockets.
Chelsea, you want to go? You want me to go?
Well, yes. You know I'm a huge hockey fan, right?
What?
JK, LOL. Not a hockey girl, but listen, I feel like even a casual sports fan can recognize one of the things that happened last night. Because listen, 2 of the best words in sports are playoff hockey. 2 of the other best words in sports are Game 7. And then another word that's great in sports is overtime. We got all 3 of these things in the Jets and the Blues game with 1.6 seconds left in regulation remaining. Cole Perfetti hits a game-tying shot for the Winnipeg Jets, who go on to win this game in overtime. Like, Jinx, what are we doing here? Why is this not included? I feel like this should be the MVP of the weekend for a team to do this. For the first time in NHL history, it was the latest game-tying goal in Game 7 history. So why is this not one on there?
I don't know. I mean, look, this was fantastic. Playoff hockey is just, it's really something special. Like, as you say, the casuals out there, I understand that there aren't, if you're not into hockey, you're not into hockey. And I know when you rank the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL tends to be near the bottom. And playoff hockey is so special. And you saw it last night. And what I love about that is when you see a city like Winnipeg. Winnipeg has the Jets. Like, that's it. It's the Jets. And so this is a team that has the best netminder in the entire world. And, this was a back-and-forth series. They looked like they were out of it. So to win in this way, in double overtime, was remarkable.
Yeah. So even though all these candidates were really good, and I do think I do need to give a little hat tip to Sovereignty, because this is the Kentucky Derby, and this is like the Super Bowl, obviously. of horse racing. And I do think a lot of it is on the horse. Like, I know that we give a ton of credit to the trainers, to the staff, to the team, to the owner. But at the end of the day, you can tell these horses are competitors. And it's not the jockey who's like cropping them to hell at the last few stretches. It's the horse that has to have some competitive mindset. So I think I need to give some credit to the actual horse that won the Kentucky Derby. I'll give my honorable mention to Sovereignty.
I'm going to give it to Scotty Scheffler. Let's go. What he did this weekend is remarkable. He shoots a 31 under par.
That's comical.
In 31 under par matches the all-time PGA scoring mark, 253 over 72 holes. And what I love about this story isn't just the complete dominance. He set a record after 3 rounds with his lead and just dominated throughout. But 22 years ago, he was 6 years old at this tournament, got a picture with the tournament's namesake, Byron Nelson, made his pro debut at this very course. And then in 2014, his girlfriend, now wife, Meredith, was his caddy at this event. So his whole family was there yesterday. He dominates, and didn't mention earlier, this was a full circle moment. When you think about Scotty's history at this particular course, this particular event, where he met the great Byron Nelson when he was a kid, for him to win in this way, I thought was really special. And Scotty was very emotional because of that afterwards. So I'm giving the MVP to Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, 31 under is comical. I saw this score. I was like, whoever's doing the graphics for this needs to be fired. 31 under? 31 under is comical. I think maybe Hideki Matsuyama had shot something close to this, but on tour, this is just not a number you see on PGA Tour courses, because I understand it's not the British Open, it's not the Masters, and the course is certainly not as hard, but 31 under is still extremely difficult. So we know Scotty Scheffler is very good. Between this and, I don't know if you saw the team or the game between, I think it was the Indiana Fever and Team Brazil.
Oh,
yes. The Fever were winning by 50. And then I see this, Scotty Scheffler shooting a 31 under. I'm like, what are we doing? Yeah. Get some competition for these guys.
And also Caitlin Clark shooting that shot from just beyond half court, which is how she broke the NCAA scoring record. Did it again yesterday in that game against Team Brazil, which was really special. Coming up in 5 minutes, more numbers as we look at NBA futures next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we will span the sports world. We'll start with the updated series prices in the NBA. Should the Thunder really be minus 800 over Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets? We'll talk about some of those prices. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets, as usual. And then at 7:40, Sean Devaney of Heavy.com stops by to give us his take on the NBA postseason. So, Jenks, over the weekend, Blake had a soccer game, my 5-year-old daughter. And sometimes it feels like there's a ton of like unintentional comedy in some of these games.
Right.
And I try not to laugh because some of it I probably shouldn't be laughing at. But little backstory here. Okay, so a few weeks ago in Sunday school, we learned the meaning of the word Hosanna because it was Palm Sunday. And this is what people would shout at Jesus as he was walking through the streets. And it means, save me. Have mercy on me. That's what Hosanna means. So fast forward to the soccer game yesterday. There was a little girl on the other team named Hosanna.
Oh, no.
5 minutes into the game, she takes a soccer ball to the face. I was like, oh no, shake it off, girl. You got this. Keep going. So she does. She keeps playing.
Oh, good.
And then 5 minutes later, Blake accidentally kicks her like right in the knee. Like you can see the mud all over her knee. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And the whole time I'm wondering, I'm like, do you think the parents are sitting there thinking, hey, maybe we brought this on ourselves because the meaning of her name is save me, have mercy on me? I was like, God, nobody's going to get my God joke, my Bible joke. But I feel like her parents probably know.
Our parents knew, and they're like, well, we can't go back now. We can't call her Kate. I mean, she's already used to Hosanna. And, maybe it'll benefit her later on. You have to make some sacrifices along the way, just like the Big J did. But then in the end, you come out on top. So, she's just taking the hits now. Glad Blake gave her a little something, like don't mess. Oh, by the way, I saw the picture of Blake. I'm like, she's getting big. I know it sounds like such a, cliche thing to say. I was like, oh my gosh, she's in her soccer gear. It's crazy. Did you guys win?
Yeah. Well, they don't keep score because it's like 5-year-olds and they have 4 goals. It's very confusing. But I will say this, like they get pretty physical. Like that's the thing. And you try not to laugh. Like when somebody gets kicked in the face, it's really hard.
In the face.
Because it's hard. Like it's unintentionally funny. Like some of these girls, they either fall or like this coach fell face first in the mud because it was pouring rain.
And like this huge
guy yeah, because he slipped and he fell in the mud. I'm like, am I not supposed to laugh? Like, have you ever done this when you're out in public and you're like, don't laugh, but it's so funny.
Yeah, I've been the guy falling in public. I remember years ago, there was like where I used to work in Bethesda, which is in Maryland, there was like this, I don't know, it was just it was like a mosaic, like tile piece of art in the middle of sort of this business park. And so when you're walking to work, you had to walk across, or you could walk across this mosaic, and it had rained and it kind of had a slick piece of ice over it. And I remember I slipped and fell just like, boom. So I was one of those where I had to like check my hip, like, can I get up? And then I got up and I know a couple people were staring at me. And I was like, nothing to see here. I'll just keep on walking. Yeah, I've had that. I mean, I'd rather fall in mud than that. But yeah.
Yeah. Especially when everybody's looking at you.
Oh, it's the worst.
Because, like, he was going for the ball. Because there was this big mud pit. Like, it was raining. Like, the field was really muddy. And he just slipped. Like, he was slipping on a banana peel. It was, like, one of those classic falls. But, yeah. I tried not to laugh because I don't want to go to hell for laughing at all these girls getting hit in the face. But sometimes it's just funny. All right, Jenks. I found myself kind of laughing at some of these prices in the NBA because we do have some steep ones. Although I think some of these series might be more competitive than maybe these prices suggest. So let's start in the Western Conference. We do have some updated odds because it's the Nuggets who advance out of that series with the Clippers. So now the Nuggets go on to face the Thunder. We understand that Oklahoma City has been the best team in the NBA all season long in the regular season. They're minus 800 in the series against the Nuggets, though. So the Nuggets are plus 550. Is there a chance that the Nuggets win this series? Because judging by these prices, odds makers don't have a ton of faith in them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not laying minus 800 with the Thunder. I think the Nuggets have a shot. I do understand why the Thunder are rested, which doesn't really bode well for game one. Like, I think the Nuggets, having gone through a 7-game series and then getting a fresh Thunder team and having to go on the road is not going to be good for Denver, at least in the first game of this series. But ultimately, look, we've talked about championship DNA. We've talked about how that matters. And also, I will say, the Nuggets, I wasn't a big fan of them firing Mike Malone, but it looks now to have been the right move. And if they could sort of replicate what we saw against the Clippers in Game 7, they have a real chance. I think the issue for the Nuggets is you can't just rely on Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, right? Yesterday they had over the weekend they had 5-6 players in double figures. Like Christian Brown was great. Aaron Gordon was great. If they can get more of a team effort, they're going to have that against the Thunder. But again, this is a team that has been there. The Thunder have not, so the Nuggets do have that advantage. So I wouldn't mind a little bit on the Nuggets at plus 550. The Thunder at minus 800, I feel like, is a bit of an overreaction.
Yeah, it's a bit much to me. I think the way that you bet on this one is maybe series length. I don't think we see a sweep. So 4 games is plus 375. I guess you could say, hey, the Nuggets could sweep. But if you're going to do that, you would just take the Nuggets plus 550. So the favorite in the series length is 5 games. So it would be a gentleman's sweep, courtesy of the Thunder, probably. Plus 165 is your price on that. 6 games is plus 270. 7 games is 3-1. So, Jenks, I feel like there are maybe a couple ways to play this.
Okay.
I think either you go 5 games or 6 games. I do think that the Nuggets can win at least 1 game because here's the thing. If they can channel lightning in a bottle like they have in some of these other games where Jamal Murray has gone off, Aaron Gordon has been really good, and like you said, the role player's a little bit better, I think they can win 1. And plus, we saw this in the regular season. They split the regular season series 2 games to 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I would either do 5 games plus 165 or 6 games plus 270. For you, do you think these either one of these are worth betting on?
Yeah, I think I would go. I'd go 6 games plus 270. So obviously the odds are telling you it's 4-1, like you were saying, gentlemen's sweep. But I think the Nuggets, based on what we saw in a regular season and the way that they're playing, this is a better team. That's a difficult thing to sort of discern when you look at the overall performance of a team throughout the season. Like, that's why I was really hot on the Clippers at the end of the regular season. They had won 8 straight going in, and Kawhi was playing out of his mind. They looked great. But what happened is they ran into a Nuggets team that adjusted just in time to their interim head coach, and so all of a sudden the Nuggets became a much better Nuggets team. And so that's the team that I think that the Thunder are seeing now. And a lot of this you sort of look throughout the regular season, but Denver is playing better basketball. Now, I understand the Thunder are more rested, but I think based on the regular season and how Denver has played more recently, I think the Nuggets can get a couple here. I go 6 games plus 270.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm interested to see what we see in game 1, though, because Oklahoma City has really not had to do anything in the postseason just yet. And meanwhile, the Nuggets are coming in a little game weary. But you could look at that one of 2 ways. You could say, hey, there's some rest for the Thunder. Or you could say, hey, the Nuggets are coming in with a lot of momentum. They just won a decisive game 7. So I don't know which way that one will go, but we'll see. I do think that the Nuggets can certainly win a couple games in that series, though. Let's go to the Eastern Conference. All right, so Knicks and Celtics. Who boy, same price on this one, even though I feel like these 2 teams are a little bit further apart. So we've got the Celtics minus 800 to win the series, Knicks plus 550. This is one where you could probably talk me into a 4 or 5 game series length price. So 4 games, a sweep is 3-1. 5 games is 2-1. I think my money would be on either of those. I do not see this going 6 games. I do not see this going 7 games. The way that the Knicks handled themselves down the stretch. Because here's the thing. if it's just the Jalen Brunson show, I'm not sure if you can hang with the Celtics, who are the deepest team in the NBA.
Right.
So I feel like this is going to be easy for the Celtics. Maybe the Knicks steal one, but my money would be on 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, I think I go with the favorite here. 5 games, which is 2-1. I feel like the Knicks will get one. Aren't the Celtics always good for just like letting one game go?
Yeah, because they don't care.
Yeah,
that's what food.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, I feel like that this could absolutely be a sweep, but I feel like what will happen is the Celtics will just let one game go and let the Knicks get one. Not let them intentionally, but you know what I mean? They'll just play with their food and let the Knicks hang around at the Garden, and the Knicks will get one. But I just don't think this is a good matchup for the Knicks. Like, Jalen Brunson, like you said, is amazing, but the Knicks don't have the depth that the Celtics have. Also, the one thing that these great teams have in common, the Celtics, they play great defense. They're fantastic defensively, and the Knicks, that has been a real problem for them down the stretch. Also, they're coming off kind of a grind against the Pistons. Do you know what I mean? And for a team that's been battling injuries, like Jalen Brunson, as brilliant as he is definitely not 100%. Those guys have kind of been banged up, coming off a physical series. Now they take a Celtics team or take on a Celtics team that is really deep. I just don't think it's a good matchup for the Knicks. So I'll give New York 1, but I think this is a 5-game series.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of faith in the Knicks after that series against the Pistons because, they almost lost that series to the Pistons. So do you really think that they're going to go into this series with the Celtics and upend Boston? I don't think so. Like, maybe I'll be on Old Takes Exposed, but it's not a Knicks team that I have a ton of faith in. Like, Jalen Brunson is one guy, and we know he's the clutch player of the year for a reason, but still the Celtics have so many other options. So if Jalen Brunson has an off game, good luck defeating that squad. All right, elsewhere in the East, we've got the Cavs and the Pacers. Updated series prices, the Cavs now minus 210, despite dropping the first game to the Pacers. Pacers still plus 175 to win the series. Series length, so 4 games is 15-1 because nobody's banking on the Pacers to win in a sweep. 5 games is 3-1. 6 games plus 160. 7 games plus 160 as well. So, Jenks, we saw that the Pacers kind of had the Cavs number in the regular season. I think they've won 5 of their last 6 games against the Cavs now. But one would think we see a better effort from the Cavs in their second game. One would think they're probably going to make more of their three-pointers, only made 9 last night. But this one's more confusing to me, or not confusing, but I don't have as strong of a read on how many games this series will go. Like, maybe it's 6, maybe it's 7, but those are the favorites, and I think for a reason.
Yeah, I said before this series I thought I was going to go 6 games. Like, I thought the Pacers could get a couple. I guess the caveat there is I didn't think they were going to get game 1 in Cleveland, but I think I would still stick with 6 games at plus 160. I will say, if you do want the Cavaliers to win the series, I mean, I'm not interested in laying minus 210, but if you are, you're probably not going to get a better price than that. So, again, it's all relative. That's not really a market that I want to be in. But I think we're still looking at 6 games at plus 160. Like we were saying with the game yesterday, the Cavaliers had their second worst three-point shooting night all season long. Like, I just don't see that happening. And then on the flip side, the Pacers were fantastic from the field. So that was just one of those games where sort of an anomaly where one team shoots really well and then the other team just cannot buy a bucket. And that's just not generally the way the Cavs play basketball. They were a great covering team during the regular season. We know that. So I'm going to stick with 6 games plus 160.
Yeah, and plus the Cavs should get Darius Garland back. And he was sorely missed in game 1. The Cavs certainly needed another scorer who can create his own shot. So during the broadcast last night, he said he was, quote, confident that he's going to play in game 2. So that'll be a huge boost for the Cavs. So going back to the point that you made about this is the best price, you're going to get on the Cavs all series long. I do think that is a very salient point because I do think that the Cavs are going to look much better throughout the series. I don't know what it is about the Pacers, but they're so easy to underestimate. I don't know if it's because like all their guys kind of look similar to me or like the way that Tyrese Halliburton shoots that we've already made fun of on this show. Like it looks like he plays women's basketball because he shoots from down here. But I don't know. The Pacers, I feel like they've proved a lot of people wrong over the last season.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I feel like people are always underestimating them.
Well, it's just there's something about they're not they have stars, but they don't have like Tyrese Halliburton is a very good player, but he's not necessarily
a rising star,
right? But he's not like a superstar. He's not like Ant Edwards. And Pascal Siakam is another example, right? Like criminally underrated his entire career. And then I hate to say this, but when you're in kind of the Midwest and not a major market, you don't really get the publicity that other teams have. So unless you have that dominant superstar, so I think you put all of those things together, and that's why the Pacers are just the Pacers. They're very good, but they just don't rise up into the public consciousness like other teams do.
Yeah, Siakam should be getting more credit because he was on a championship team. But you're right. Underrated, it feels like. All right, coming up next, we'll go to Major League Baseball, hand out our favorite plays in baseball. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It's a Monday, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. If you celebrate, don't know if you will be getting some tacos tonight, Jenks. But we did just miss May the 4th, which everybody knows is like the Star Wars day because you say, May the 4th be with you. I am so glad that we skipped over this day because I'm not a Star Wars gal. I think I've seen like parts of maybe 2 movies, but I did see where they play this game with some baseball players, and we'll get to our baseball plays here in just a few minutes here on the show. But they asked a few guys how many Star Wars characters they could name in 30 seconds. And I said to myself, like, how many characters are there? Is there a lot? God. Like, would you be able to name like 15 in 30 seconds? Because this guy was just rattling them off. And I understand Star Wars people are super into Star Wars, but it was a lot of characters.
Oh, yeah, there's like endless. I mean, you could just start with Luke Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Yoda, C-3PO, R2-D2. I mean, the Ewoks, Princess Leia, Lando Calrissian, Darth Sidious, Darth Vader. I mean, you just go on and on and on.
See, I didn't know that there was that many. Like, I knew there was a ton of movies, but like, I didn't know you knew the names to all of them. So it sounds like you're a Star Wars guy.
Greedo, Chewie. Yeah. Oh, it's endless.
See, maybe I should get into these movies. But the thing is, like, I feel like I'm so behind on these movies that have like 16 parts or whatever.
Right.
Like, at what point do you just throw up your hands and say, hey, I'm too far behind? Because I feel like I'm too far behind.
I don't think you are. Because, look, I think it may feel that way because there's been so many offshoots, especially like on Disney Plus, right? They continue, whether it's Andor or whether it's, I mean, they've had all sorts of Star Wars offshoots. But if you start with, and forget about the prequels. Like, if you just went Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, like the original 3, then you would have just a really strong Star Wars knowledge base. And it's great. They're very good.
Here's what I don't want to do, though. I hate watching movies with special effects from like 40 years ago. Is it like off-putting? Like,
no, but here's
how
the
bad
thing.
they are?
You won't know. Like, that's one of the magic of Star Wars during that time. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, the special effects are incredible for that. You don't know.
I mean, some of the choreography for the fights are a little goofy, but outside of that, like, I think it still holds up.
Yeah, it's not like, I know a lot of times. It's Chewie. You will see a lot of older movies and the special effects are cheesy, but I'm telling you, with Star Wars, they absolutely hold up. Like and that's part of the amazing thing about it is, yeah, Denton's totally right about some of the fight scenes, but ultimately, especially with the special effects, it's something that holds up. You still watch it, and it's like, wow, this is legit.
Yeah, it still feels like I'd have like 15 hours of homework, though, because they're not especially short movies, are they? Like, it feels like they're each pretty long.
I mean, if you wanted to dedicate maybe a weekend and some change, you could probably get, because there's 9 movies, and then there's like some television shows, and then there's like some side movies, but like at least one of the side movies that's not a part of the original 9 is actually really good. One of the side movies you could skip. You don't need the Han Solo one. It was kind of nonsense. But yeah, so if you had like maybe 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Take the original 3 and watch one a week. That's 2 hours of your week, and then you can decide if you want to move on from that. You watch Star Wars one weekend, you wait a couple weeks, and you're like, you know what, now I'm going to do Empire Strikes Back, best of the 3. And then a couple weeks later, you watch Return of the Jedi, you're all caught up. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to reserve a couple days.
Episode 3 is actually not episode 3 that Jenks did. They did it really weird where they did like the second 3 first, and then they did the first 3. But episode 3 is in theaters now, so you can take your family to see Anakin become Darth Vader.
I'm sure my 5-year-old daughter would love that. I feel like I should do, like, if I'm going to dedicate that much of my free time to something, I feel like I should learn another language. Now I'd be like, I have now watched Star Wars.
Okay.
All
the
9
language
movies.
of the Jedi.
Yes. Learn the Force, the language of the Jedi. Also, if let's average each movie is 2 hours, all right? It's 6 hours. You're not going to learn a new language in 6 hours. You'll just come on the show and be like, bonjour, Michel. And I'll be like, bonjour. And I'm like, no. Comment allez-vous?
Here's the other thing. I don't want to.
There we go.
I feel like I'm not.
I was like, let's just get it out there. You don't want to do it.
I'm not a sci-fi girl. So I just feel like I would put myself through all of that and put all of my time into that and be like, yeah, it was all right. It's not something I'm going to write home about. But I know there are people who are super into it. So I hope you got to celebrate appropriately on May the 4th. But today it's on to tacos because it's Cinco de Mayo. And that's something I will take part in because I love tacos and I love baseball. All right, Jenks, let's get to some of these baseball plays on the slate today. And I was looking at some of these and I noticed a theme. I feel like there are several teams that I think are good underdogs in some of these matchups. So let's start with this one. Padres, Yankees. Yankees minus 155 in the money line. San Diego plus 125. Total of 8 runs. Michael King has been one of the best starters for San Diego this season. 4-1 with a 2.09 ERA. And it's Clark Schmidt who gets the ball for the Pinstripes. 0-1 with a 5.52 ERA. So looking at this pitching matchup, I understand the Yankees have great numbers. They're at home in this one. But if there's any team that has a good shot knocking off the Yankees today, I feel like it's the Padres, plus 125.
I could not agree with you more. This is one of the games that I looked at, and I was like, I like the Padres here. I also like the under as well. So Nick Pivetta has been really good. 5-1, 1.78 ERA. Hasn't given up more than 3 runs in any appearance this season. Carlos Rodon has also been fantastic. 2 earned runs in his last 19 innings pitched. So, yeah, I think there's value on the Padres as a dog. I'll also say, I know when you think Padres, Yankees, you think over teams, but that's really not the case. These two teams rank in the top 10 to the under in baseball this year, and probably because, they score a lot of runs, but also you might see the Yankees drop 15 in one game, which sort of inflates their numbers. Look, they can hit. There's no question about it, but the number is always reflective of, a high total that you might see in a Yankees game. I like the under here, and I like the Pods as well.
Well, it should be noted that obviously I got the pitching matchup wrong. And the rundown has 2 different starters and who are actually pitching. So like you said, it's Nick Pivetta, Carlos Rodon. That one makes a little bit more sense to me. Like Carlos Rodon is pretty solid. And Nick Pivetta is not Michael King. So maybe I don't like that one quite as much. But Nick Pivetta does have good numbers this year. And here's the thing. The Padres are just a good team. So if you're telling me that both these teams, have a good shot of winning, I'm going to take the one that has the plus money attached to it. The Padres are 22-11 this season and one of the best hitting lineups in baseball. So I'll go with the Padres at plus 125. All right, so let me make sure I have the pitching matchup right in this one because, again, I like the underdog here. But, Jenks, I will say this. I have trusted Brady Singer before on this show, and he has let me down. But the Braves are coming off Sunday Night Baseball, a big game against the Dodgers. So today they're at home against the Reds. Brady Singer appears to be pitching. Maybe I need to double-check that. But if it is Brady Singer, I kind of like the Reds at plus money. How about you?
I kind of do as well. Initially, I looked at that. I was like, oh, Brady Singer. Then I was like, I don't know. So, no, I'm like you. I think ultimately you go with the dogs here. And, yeah. I think, I don't know. I go back and forth. I don't want, you know what? I'm going to go. I don't think I want to lay $1.55 with Atlanta. I think I'd go with the Reds, actually. Plus 125.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the way to go.
I think so, especially since the Braves just played on Sunday Night Baseball, which we know that is usually a reason to fade a team because it's kind of a tight turnaround. It's usually a marquee game. And you just played the Dodgers, which obviously is always a marquee game when you're going against one of the best teams in all of baseball. Plus, the Braves got to win in that one. So I feel like maybe they're, feeling themselves a little bit. And then they have the Reds who come in. It's a scrappy team. Like, I'm not saying they're one of the better teams in baseball, but Brady Singer at least gives them a chance. Back-to-back quality starts for Singer. 2 earned runs against the Marlins and only 1 earned run over 6 good innings against St. Louis. So maybe you take the Reds in the first 5. Not sure if I want to trust the Reds bullpen, but at plus money, maybe we'll trust them in the first 5 to keep it close with the Atlanta Braves. All right, Jenks, free roll here. What game caught your eye when you first looked at the slate?
I will say that I kind of like the Nats today at -105 hosting the Guardians. Nationals have been feisty at home. They have a winning record at home this season. And look, Luis Ortiz has been solid for the Guardians this season, but if you look at his record, he's racked up a lot of his numbers against weaker hitting lineups. And the Nationals are not some sort of murderer's row, but they are a top 10 team in some metrics when they play at home. And Jake Irvin has been solid as a starter. Got roughed up by the Phillies last time out, so I think you're getting a little value on Washington at home. It's not my favorite bet. I think the Nats on the money line at -105. I don't mind it.
Yeah, the Nats have been a good team this year, or at least better than expectations have been for the team in the nation's capital. The other one that I kind of had my eye on was, do we think the Mets get on the right side of things once again? Today they're on the road to the Diamondbacks, and we know the Mets have been really good at home this year. But I feel like they're too good to keep losing games because it's been a little bit of a tough stretch for New York in the recent few games. But they have Griffin Canning on the mound, who's been really good for him. 4-1 this year, wins in each of the three starts that he had with the Mets. And here's the thing about New York. They've been really good as favorites this year. 18-8 overall win favorite in these games. Meanwhile, you look at Arizona as dogs, 6-6 this year, which isn't terrible. But still, I think the Mets are going to get the nod from me because of the pitching matchup here. So Griffin Canning looks a little bit better to me than Ryan Nelson, who I believe has not made a start in the majors so far this season. Last start looks to be 2024. So I think I'm going to go with the Mets.
Yeah, that's a good price in the Mets. I mean, Ryan Nelson is a guy who, and he won't go long anyway. Like, he just doesn't go long. Like, even when he does play, he's generally doing relief stuff, or if he does start, then he only goes 3-4 innings tops. So whenever you can get a team like the Mets who always perform well when Griffin Canning is on the mound, I think you take it. So I'm with you, Mets -115. It's a good price.
Yeah, I think the reason I don't see his starts on here is because he hasn't gone long enough to qualify in some of these. I will say last time around against the Mets, he did pitch for shutout, but he's just not going to go long in this game. So I think I'm going to go with the Mets here. Like you said, a pretty decent price at -115. We'll see how these prices shift throughout the day. Jenks, do you ever look at that? Like how the prices shift? Because obviously we get a nice little head start. And if you pick them right, we can get some good closing line value. Sometimes it's not always the case. But I think especially if you take favorites, like I was looking at this Cubs game, they're -155. Cubs have been sneaky hot this year. I feel like for some of these teams, especially like the Cubs, say if you like, the Yankees or the Dodgers, these are the teams you got to bet early in the morning before, the prices are way inflated.
Oh, yeah, I'm betting the Cubs today. You can get the Cubs right now in the money line at -143. Like that is a very good price for the Cubs at home taking on the Giants, a Cubs team that is the best hitting baseball club in the National League. And you got Landon Rupp going for the Giants, Matthew Boyd going for the Cubs, and Boyd has been solid, not spectacular, but ultimately when you look at the bats, and the Giants have cooled off quite a bit from their start to the season, you can get a good price in the Cubs. I'm going to put that on the card.
I bet that one's going to change by the time we do our best bets. That is my prediction. Because here's the thing. When it's a team that is very publicly backed and they're having like a little hot streak and they're like right in that range of like -150, I would not be shocked if this one goes to -160 like before the game starts. So I think this is one of those bets that you make sooner rather than later, because I would be on the Cubs as well. It's going to be interesting to see if we can see the Giants keep this up, because we knew they were one of those teams that didn't have high expectations going into the season. Of course, they reside in the NL West, which reigns supreme with the Dodgers and even the Diamondbacks and the Padres. But one would think regression probably looms for the Giants at some point. They've been really good at home this year, 12-5. That's when you want to play them, not on the road when they're 10-8. So we'll see tonight. But the Cubs do look like a very solid play. As far as some of these other plays go, like there are certain teams that I think I just can't bet on anymore. Like I've mentioned them before, like the Mariners always prove me wrong.
Yeah.
The Royals always prove me wrong. And I think the Guardians are one of those teams that I just feel like I can't get a handle on.
I'm good betting on the Guardians when they're dogs. As favorites, I feel like the Guardians always, you know what I mean? Like the Guardians always have value as a dog when you get some plus money on them. But I feel like as favorites, they tend to disappointment or tend to lean towards disappointment, at least when I bet them. I feel like it's like that with just some teams, some teams, some players you bet on, they just don't come home for you.
Right. So I don't bet on those teams ever again. And that is my strategy. I do not try to beat them. I just simply don't bet on them. I wonder how Washington has been as underdogs this year, because I feel like the Nats have kind of won us some money so far this season. Let's see. As dogs 13 and 15, which sounds bad. But listen, if you're getting them at like plus 120, plus 130, you'd probably come out in the green if you bet on them every single game, which I'm not advising you do. All right, coming up next year on the show, we'll talk NBA with Sean Devaney of Heavy.com. All of his insight coming up next here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Let's talk some hoops, shall we? It feels like we need that intro for, what is it, the NBA on NBC. Jenks, did you see where that's making a comeback?
Oh, yeah.
I saw their promo for it, and they had all these celebrities on it. And, like, the final, like, scene was John Tesh in the middle of a court just going to town on a keyboard. Basketball. I can't wait for that to come back.
That's going to be awesome. They're going to redo the song, so I just want to make sure they don't redo it too much. Do you know what I mean? Like, I understand you might need to update it a little bit. Okay, fine. But don't ruin it. That's a classic. If they brought back the original song, I'd be totally happy with it because I'm an old head like that. I just don't want them to throw something in that doesn't make any sense or overdo it. But I am excited about it.
Yeah, and plus, I feel like there's some nostalgia, like, baked into there because there was something special about, like, 90s basketball. For me, it's when I was, like, growing up. Michael Jordan, of course, was huge. And it just... I don't know. That's what I'll always think of. That in the era of, like, Inside Stuff. Like, I would always watch that on, like, Saturday mornings with Rashad. What's his last name? You know what I'm talking about. Rashad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Why am I forgetting
rhymes.
This? Ahmad Rashad.
Ahmad Rashad. That's
Yes.
what it was. I was like, it rhymes. It's, like, something catchy. And he was so good. He was one of my favorite, like, personalities growing up. So I feel like it has a little bit of that into it to where I hope they do not change it as well, because it'll bring me back to those days. All right, so we've got some good basketball, of course, going on this year in the NBA postseason, and we've got Sean Devaney here to give us some insight. He is an NBA insider for Heavy.com. So, Sean, let me ask you this. What do you think is the biggest storyline in the playoffs that nobody's talking about right now?
Yeah, well, geez, there's probably a few. It's probably Oklahoma City, though. The way they came out in their first round and were just absolutely dominant. And, they've been so great all year at 68-14, and yet they're the overlooked team. It's pretty remarkable that a team like that can play as well as it has and still be overlooked. But it does seem to be the case. Their defense is amazing. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander elected the MVP, and they've got so much depth. They've got a wave of players they can throw at you. It's really tough to see anybody in the Western Conference stopping them, and yet you hear more about the Warriors and the Lakers than you do about this team that's an absolute juggernaut.
Sean, when you look at the Warriors and what they did surviving that series against the Rockets, do they have a chance to make a run here? It feels like this is their final chance with playoff Jimmy and the playoff window closing. They showed a lot of resolve in that game against the Rockets, but could they really possibly be a team that can win the West?
Yeah, they did show a lot of resolve in taking that series, but they lost the 2 games before that, and you look at sort of the classic Warriors teams and in this stretch that they've had, this I think you can call it a dynasty. They've won 4 championships, but in that stretch, they wouldn't have let that get to Game 7. The best of those Warriors teams, and they are weak in terms of their size, and certainly that was something that Houston was able to exploit. You go up against Minnesota now. We just saw Minnesota exploit its size against an undersized Laker team. That's going to be a big problem for the Warriors. It's really tough for them to find answers. They tried to play Kevon Looney yesterday in that Game 7, and that helped a little bit, but he only gave them 11 minutes. They just don't have the size. And when you look at what Minnesota is going to be able to throw at them, what Rudy Gobert did to the Lakers, especially in that final game, it's going to be really tough for the Warriors in this series. They just don't have the size to keep up with these other teams, and I think that it probably ends here for Golden State.
Yeah, it does feel like an interesting narrative battle in the Western Conference with the guys that have a ton of championship experience versus the younger guys who maybe don't have as much experience, but they're playing on better teams. So let's go back to the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are playing a team with championship experience in the Nuggets. We were talking about this series earlier, and I do think it's probably the Thunder that win it. but I feel like it might be more interesting than some of these prices suggest in the betting market. Do you think the Nuggets have a chance with Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, right. I agree with that exactly, and I agree exactly with what you're saying. I do think that Oklahoma City just has too much talent, and that's going to win out. I think it's going to be a fun series. I think it's going to be kind of a wacky series. Whenever you've got Russell Westbrook doing Russell Westbrook stuff, things are going to get a little unhinged, as he said after the game. He's going to do something to affect the game. It might be a three-pointer, it might be a turnover. His own words. And that's the thing, is that this is a pretty tried and tested Denver Nuggets team. I think once they've kind of adjusted to the fact that they fired their coach with 3 games left in the regular season, and they had to adjust to that not only in those last 3 games, but here in the playoffs, it seems like they have. It seems like they've gotten themselves together. They're playing through Nikola Jokic, which is always tough, no matter the defense. Jamal Murray has been better. He had the 143-point game. They're going to need more of that. It's tough against this perimeter defense that Oklahoma City has, but Jamal Murray would be an X factor. Michael Porter Jr. really has not been, he's averaged 11 points. This is a guy who averaged 18, 19 points in the regular season. They're going to need more out of him, especially against that defense. He's got to knock down more three-pointers. He's got to get himself free a lot more often. There's going to be other factors outside of Jokic who really decide this for Denver, but I think that those other Nuggets players are good enough to at least make this a pretty good series. But again, I just think the overwhelming talent is on Oklahoma City's side.
We're talking with Sean Devaney. He is the NBA insider for Heavy.com. Sean, I wanted to switch to the Eastern Conference, and when you look at the Celtics and Knicks, and you're the expert here, it just feels like this is a bad matchup for the Knicks. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. The Orlando Magic for the Celtics, that was a bad matchup for Boston because Orlando's so good at getting you off the three-point line. They play very, very tough, disciplined perimeter defense, and the Celtics did struggle with that. Even though it was a 5-game series, a lot of those games weren't pretty for Boston. They had to really kind of grind through that series. The Knicks won't do that. The Knicks are just, for whatever reason, they've got a lot of good individual defenders, but you watch them throughout the season, they just never really learned to trust each other. They bring in Bridges, they bring in Towns. Defensively, they've never really learned to trust each other, never really learned to trust their rotations, which is really important in Thibodeau's defense. And it just never really came together defensively for them. Great offensive team. They've been fantastic offensively, but the defense has never come together the way they wanted to. You've got to be able to run the Celtics off that three-point line, and the Knicks just can't do that. So this is a pretty bad matchup. The Celtics handled them very, very easily during the regular season. Boston made 21 three-pointers per game versus the Knicks. If that keeps up in the playoffs, then this is going to be a pretty quick series.
Yeah, if you have any question marks on defense, good luck facing the Celtics and that 3-point barrage. Elsewhere in the East, so we had a bit of a surprise to some last night. Pacers taking game 1 of the series against the Cavs. Darius Garland, of course, was sorely missed. How do you see the rest of the series going?
Yeah, obviously, getting Garland back is going to be big. They need more offense. They got 30 field goal attempts from Mitchell, and that's too many. You can't have Donovan Mitchell putting up 30 shots. That's just not going to get it done. And I believe Ty Jerome took 20, so they had 50 of their 90 shots went to 2 guys, and that's not a winning formula. They've got to get Darius Garland, who was a 20-point per game scorer this year. They've got to get him back out there. That's going to be a real key for the. But Indiana, look, this is a good team. They finished the year 15-4, and they've gone 4. I think it was 5-1 now in the playoffs. So they're 20-5 in their last 25 games. This is a team that is as efficient offensively as they can be. You've really got to be buttoned up to have a chance to beat this Indiana team. I think Cleveland, coming off of that Miami series where the Heat barely showed up, they were clearly not ready. They were not ready to play. That was clear from the jump in that series. So I think they'll be better, now that they've kind of had a wake-up call, a little water splashed in the face, I think they'll be better. I think they'll come back and win game 2. But this is not going to be an easy series. Indiana's a much tougher team than people give them credit for.
Sean, we only have like a minute and a half here, but what do you think happens? How are the playoffs going to play out in your mind?
I do think we wind up seeing the chalk. I think Boston, just too much experience in the East and not enough real legitimate challengers. So I think Boston gets by the Knicks. I think the Cavaliers can rally, win that series, and Boston beats Cleveland in the Eastern Conference Finals. And then I do think this is Oklahoma City's time. I think it's going to wind up being the Thunder and the Wolves in the Western Conference Finals. And I just don't think, even Minnesota with as well as they've played, I just don't think they can keep up with the Thunder. So I'd expect even the conference finals to be pretty quick. And then you get Celtics, Oklahoma City, great series. I think the Celtics wind up winning with their experience, though.
The chalk reigns supreme in the world of basketball this year. We saw it in March Madness. Maybe we'll see it in the NBA as well.
Yep.
He is Sean Devaney. He is the NBA insider for Heavy.com. Great stuff today. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Jenks. Are you ready for more favorites? Because it does feel like that's kind of the theme of this year. But I will say the final 4 games were incredible, and we did get good matchups. So if that happens to be the case in the NBA, maybe I'm not going to pout because maybe we'll get some good games.
I hope so. That's why I was so excited about the Pacers win yesterday. Not that I'm like Pacers guy. Maybe I'll become Pacers guy. Pacers guy. This guy loves Indiana. Big Midwest guy. I just was glad to see an actual competitive game where it wasn't chalk, because we've seen so much of that. So that's why it's been fun to watch, Clippers Nuggets or Warriors Rockets, because those games have been so close, whereas some of these other series have been, it's just been, the favorites just rolling through. But as we get deeper into the playoffs, we'll see more competitiveness. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, it does feel like the West has kind of had the only competitive first round series, really. So we'll see moving forward. We're just hoping for some good games. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the Daily Tip, and we'll start with some of our biggest narratives that we're researching during the NBA playoffs. That's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Good morning to you. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we've got more NBA basketball to talk about. Knicks and Celtics, Eastern Conference Semis Game 1. Also, Game 1 in the Western Conference, Nuggets and Thunder tonight as well. So we'll talk about those games, tell you which plays we like. In 20 minutes, oh yeah, the NFL Draft is coming to the district here in a couple of seasons. So we'll bring in Commanders Insider from ESPN.com, the great John Keim, and get his take on what that means for the city, what it means for the Commanders, and how this happened so very quickly. And then finally, our best bets and the Dogster in 40 minutes. Also, how you doing to our audience on Stadium in our final hour. You can check us out on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, I went to a casino over the weekend. And I did something and I was tempted because went to Charlestown, like I was telling you about, and we watched the ponies for a couple races, and then the races got rained out because it was a muddy track, rainy. So then we had to go straight to the casino. And I got to tell you, I was tempted because I saw the blackjack tables, and I was like, oh, man, I want to sit down. But I didn't do it. I said, no, I'm gonna be good here. What I did do was I can't remember the last time I played a slot machine. I'm not a big slots guy. Like, I don't know if you are when you in the casino. To me, I get bored with slots. I want to play table games. But I sat down and I was like, all right, $20, see what happens. I put it in. I play a couple games. Next thing I know, I'm just sitting there. Won like $155. And I'm like,
nice.
And I was like, okay, I'm done. Because I'm not going to sit here and keep spending this money. I don't really like slots anyway. And also, I just don't understand the slots now because they're so, not convoluted, but there's so many different things going on where I'd get something like the letter J, and then it would be like $, then like goat head, and then like an X. It's like, oh, you win. I'm like, I do? And then the people next to me, I could tell were getting annoyed because it's clear I didn't know what I was doing. And I'm looking at my friends like, yeah, look at this. I don't even know what's going on here. But that was I was happy because I cashed out and walked. So nice little weekend, pure luck.
Well, yeah, that's what slots are, right? Like, Have you ever heard the people who try to give you strategies on betting on slots? And you're like, come on, man.
Yeah, thanks.
You're like, yeah, if you see somebody who's been playing there for a long time, you swoop in right after they leave. And you'll see these type of people if you're like sitting at a casino long enough, where if you're sitting in a machine and you play for a long time and you don't win, you'll see somebody like hovering over your shoulder like,
they
what are you
lurk.
doing? Like, just kidding. I'm not going to be done. It's like if you're in a parking spot and you put your like reverse lights on and then you decide to just readjust. And you're like, just kidding. I'm not leaving. I felt like doing that just to be petty.
Well, I get that. I've seen that happen. I've watched that happen. You're like, why are you just right over my shoulder the entire time? Like, you need to move. Like, that drives me crazy. Fortunately, I didn't have that happen. I wasn't there long enough. And then the lovely Catherine, that poor girl. Like, I think she's like, I'm just bad luck. I never win anything. I'm like, you're not bad luck. I know. I'm like, you're not bad luck. I think what happens is, what's that?
She's due.
That's what I told her.
That she's going to win.
What's happened is that the last 3 times we have played blackjack, I've won, and she's due for a win and I'm due for like a fat L, and so I'm not like winning like crazy, but we've been at the table where everybody's winning or I'm winning and she's losing, and then we go to the slot machines and I'm like, oh, I played a couple games, I won, and she's like, well, I spent $40, I didn't win anything. She's like, I'm just bad luck. I'm like, honey, I said, this will happen. Trust me. if we come out to again, I can assure you the next time you're probably going to win, and I'm just going to lose. Like it always evens out.
But it is hard to keep a straight face and try to be in a good mood when you keep losing.
That's true.
I remember the last time we went to Vegas, and one of our social media people, Kate, was standing over my shoulder as I kept losing at craps. I was like, yeah, this is not normally how it goes. She's like, are you supposed to be doing that? I'm like, no, I'm losing. So I was really trying hard, but I am one of those people that's super competitive, and I understand that craps is not, a lot of it's not strategy. It's just hey, the dice just keeps rolling 7, but it's hard for me to be in a good mood. And I used to be like this with a lot of my bets, and I think that I'm still this way on my bigger bets. Say the Super Bowl. If you're sitting there and all of your bets are losing, is it harder for you to have a good time?
Yes. Sports betting, yes, it is, for sure. It's harder for me. It's harder for me when I'm playing a table game or something because I feel like I have more control, even though the odds are stacked against you anyway. Do you know what I mean? But I feel like I have more control because I'm touching the cards. I'm making a decision. Should I hit? Should I stand? Should I split? Should I double? Whatever. And so, once you do your handicapping for a game and then you put it out there, it's okay, I can't control how these guys play. But when you control how you play, that's when I get even more frustrated because I feel like I'm doing something wrong. But then sometimes you just don't get the card. So, maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way.
Yeah, it's the same with the dice. It's here I am thinking I have control over this large animatronic dice. Yes, Chelsea, this was a great decision. It's all in your hands and not the casino's. What am I doing? I understand it's stupid, but it does feel like you have some level of control. This is why I'm not a big scratch-offs person. Because it feels like you have zero control over that because it's literally just whatever card you're handed. So at least we feel like we have some level of control when you have strategy, when you have numbers in front of you. And this is why we bet on sports, because we think we have control.
Well, let's see how much control you have when it comes to this game. Let's go. Eastern Conference semifinals, game 1. Knicks, Celtics in Boston. Celtics laying 8.5. Now 9.5, so money coming in on Boston. The Celtics are minus 400. The Knicks are plus 300. Your total sitting at 212 and a hook, Chelsea. Series price, if you're interested, Celtics minus 800. The Knicks are plus 550. I like Boston here. Money coming in on the Celtics. Talk me off of it.
Yeah, it's very dependent on what the Celtics put out there. Because the only sabotage factor with Boston is that we talked about this earlier. Sometimes it feels like they don't have any urgency. They know they're the better team on the court, and sometimes they play with their food. But for the Knicks, they're coming off a really hard-fought series win over the Pistons. This is going to be a huge step up in competition. So especially for a team that's not great at defending the three-point shot, now you're playing the Celtics, make 23s a game. Good luck on that regard. For a team that's been really inconsistent defensively, I think you either go Celtics, on the spread here, laying the 9.5, or you go team total route here. Celtics team total is you can get 110.5 for minus 125 or 111.5, hitting the over for minus 110. I think either of those plays are pretty smart.
I like those. I would lay it with Boston, honestly. I mean, 9.5 is a massive number, but we've seen chalk covered during the playoffs. I just think that, and we were talking about this with Sean Devaney in our previous segment, this is just a bad matchup for the Knicks because the Knicks have had issues with their defense as the season has gone on. Boston is so very deep, and Boston has been waiting around while the Knicks are kind of banged up and had a tough series against the Pistons. I think Detroit sort of took it out on the Knicks a little bit. The Pistons are very close to winning that series. Jalen Brunson went off, full credit to him, but they've got to do more than just play Jalen Brunson hero ball, and certainly they have talent on that roster. But if you look during the regular season, the Celtics handled the Knicks. The Knicks won late in the year in a game that didn't really matter much because at the end of the year, the Celtics were just cruising, right? But the Celtics also won during the 3 previous meetings by 23, 27, and 13. So if you're talking about a Knicks squad that has struggled defensively, that is going to be bothered by the Celtics' depth and defense, and we have sort of a pattern of the Celtics dominating the Knicks, especially earlier in the year, I kind of like the Celtics here.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the regular season. And this is the knock on the Knicks, is that they beat up on bad teams during the regular season, and even like the mediocre teams, like the mid-level teams. But the Celtics are not a mid-level team, and these are the type of teams that the Knicks struggle with during the regular season. And going back to the three-pointers, the weakness it feels like the Knicks have on the defensive side of things, the Celtics made 29, 19, 17, and 19 threes in the 4 regular season meetings. So one would think we're probably going to see a lot of three-pointers made by the Celtics in this game. So unless the Celtics can't hit the broadside of a barn, which sometimes we do see this in basketball, if you're a team that relies heavily on the three-point shot, sometimes there's some volatility there, but it's just too good of a team. So if I were to pick a side, it would be the Celtics laying 9.5, but I think I'm going to go team total route and just depend on the Knicks defense not being very good and the Celtics offensive wagon continuing to roll.
I think that's a good call to make. Okay, let's go to the West now. Game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals. Nuggets, Thunder. Thunder laying 9.5 points. Thunder are minus 450. The Nuggets are plus 333. The total is 225 at a hook at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Same series price as we're seeing between the Celtics and Knicks. Thunder minus 800. And then the Nuggets are plus 550. I feel like I'm being such a square here, but I like the Thunder laying the 9.5 too.
Yeah, especially since the Thunder have had some time to like relax and recover. And it does feel like they're going to be the more rested squad here because they made quick work of the Grizzlies in the first round. Meanwhile, the Nuggets had to go toe-to-toe with the Clippers, had to play Game 7 over the weekend. So I do think that this series, the Nuggets are going to win a couple games, but I just feel like Game 1, all the advantages go to the Thunder. Like overall, the advantages go to the Thunder. It's just, I think what we need to see is the role players from the Nuggets have a big game. And usually that's not the case when you play on the road. And especially when you're coming off a game where you had to really play a lot of minutes. So I just feel like it's a bad spot for the Nuggets. So I feel like this is the best time to take the Thunder laying a big number.
Yeah, I think so as well. If you look at that Nuggets series, like you were saying, I feel like the Nuggets are going to need some rest, right? They just need a little time to recoup. Going 7 games, and especially, I know Game 7 wasn't particularly competitive, but that series, especially early on, was just hit and miss. I mean, it was just nip and tuck the entire time. Really, really close. Could have gone either way. And when you're talking about an older club in the Nuggets coming off kind of a grueling 7-game series while the Thunder have just been sitting around, I just think, not that the Nuggets can't make this competitive. I think the Nuggets can get a couple dubs in this series, and they split the season series 2-2. But here at this point, with Oklahoma City sitting around and just waiting at home, I just feel like this is when Oklahoma City does its thing and they close.
Yeah. Is this going to be a parlay piece for you? Like either of these teams on the money line? Because I'm looking at the soccer schedule today. Well, it doesn't look like anybody's playing that you might want to bet on, but I just did the parlays of both the teams on the money lines, minus 190, so I don't think you can really go there. But do we think both of these teams win outright? Like, let's throw the spread out the window. Do we think it's the Celtics and the Thunder that roll?
No question. It's so funny you said that because I did the exact same thing, and I got like minus 187. I was like, I can't do that. I mean, you can. You probably shouldn't. You could. You absolutely can. It's not the worst bet I've ever seen. These teams are going to, the Thunder and Celtics are going to win outright. You know what I mean? Aren't they?
Yeah.
Like, I would be absolutely stunned. I mean, stunned if the Nuggets pulled an outright upset or the Knicks pulled an outright upset. So I do think that if you don't want to lay a big number, and I get it, even in the playoffs, even when you feel like one side has the advantage, even if you're leaning chalk, I get it. It's still a big number for both games. So I think that's probably the way to go unless you're looking at a player prop or a total or something like that. Maybe use one of these games or both as a parlay piece. But I did the same thing. I looked and I thought, I'll do both of these games. Then I was like, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, even though if I was going to be shocked at like one upset, the more shocking of the two would probably be the Knicks. Just because, like you said, in the regular season, the Knicks didn't win a single game against the Celtics. A lot of them were blowouts. Meanwhile, if you look at the Nuggets and the Thunder series, that series was pretty tight throughout the regular season. Each team winning 2 games apiece. But again, it's more of the rest factor for me. But I'm not going to be shocked if Nikola Jokic goes off, if Jamal Murray has a huge game. Like, I don't see it happening, But of the two, I feel like that one's the more evenly matched.
Yes, I agree. Also, I was looking at something to add to this parlay piece. I mean, if I want to wait a day, I can add a WNBA game. This is the first time I've ever said in my life, oh man, the Sparks play tomorrow instead.
Darn.
Taking on the Valkyries expansion club.
Who are the Valkyries?
That's Golden State's new WNBA team. Come on.
This is news to me.
Oh, yeah.
Did not know that.
Yes. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add this to the card, and we'll just wait a day for it to come home. That's what I'm going to do. Why not? Coming up next on the show. My, how things have changed for the Washington Commanders. The NFL draft coming to D.C. in 2027. We'll bring you Commanders insider John Kine from ESPN to talk about it next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show on a Monday, Double D. Great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. Coming up on the show, I can't believe it. The NFL Draft is coming to the nation's capital in a couple years. We'll talk about what it means when we bring in John Keim, Commanders Insider for ESPN. Before we get to John, Chelsea, oh, thank God, an update on Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson, my favorite. We're slowly becoming the Belichick-Hudson show. So, according to Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk, Belichick is now seeking outside PR help because currently, as we know, it's Jordan Hudson doing PR for Bill Belichick. That has not gone great. So now Belichick reaching out to a professional, and his PR guy currently works for Bill O'Brien at Boston College. Bill O'Brien and Bill Belichick go back a long way. Finally, Chelsea, maybe our national nightmare is going to come to an end, and Jordan Hudson can just step back a little bit, and then old Bill can go back to focusing on football.
Yeah, stepping back a little bit. Sounds like Jordan Hudson is definitely going to do that, right? Like with the personality that she's given us. No, I don't see her going down without a fight. So I understand that now he's bringing new PR, but I feel like she will strategize a way to still be in the equation. Like, she's gotten so much attention lately. I don't see her wanting that to stop. Like, she's going to find a way. She's going to be like the Aaron Rodgers of like girlfriends and keep her name in the conversation for as long as she can.
You know what I love is that Julian Edelman came out and defended Bill Belichick and was like, well, you know, in Jordan's defense, she's doing PR for Bill right now. It's like, yes, she's doing a terrible job. That's the whole point.
But that's not her career path. Like, she didn't major in PR.
No. Doesn't she call herself like the CEO of Bill Belichick Productions, and it's not even a real title? It's remarkable.
Right. Was that cleaning the house?
It's not good. So maybe that will temper some of the headlines we keep seeing come out of Chapel Hill. One of the headlines that popped up yesterday that was so exciting was that the NFL Draft is coming to the nation's capital in 2027. Who would have thought this was a possibility just a few years ago? So let's bring in the great John Keim to talk about it. He is the Commanders Insider for ESPN. John, first of all, always great to hear from you. Thank you so much for waking up with us. And what was your initial reaction? Because I thought this was a possibility down the line. I didn't expect this announcement so soon.
Yeah, first of all, who could have seen the Belichick situation going awry like that?
Oh, my God.
That's really hard to believe. Anyways, as far as this goes, I wouldn't say I was surprised by this because, you know, you heard a little bit of talk about it, and obviously with the stadium agreement, I don't think it was necessarily just because of that. I think, you know, it sounds like this is something that has been discussed for a while because you can't just do this, you know, a week after you announce the stadium deal to go back to RFK or agreement on the deal, then and just announce this. So this clearly had been something they had been working on. So I don't, you know, again, I think it's a natural byproduct of a lot of the changes here over the last, let's say since July 2023 with Josh Harris taking over for Dan Snyder, that this city is kind of going to get some things from the NFL, and this is one of them. So, but I was not surprised by this, and not really by the timing either, because it was the next available time or, you know, slot to fill, I guess, for the draft. So in a lot of ways, it certainly makes sense.
Yeah, how bright is the future for the Commanders right now? Because it feels like one of those stocks where it just keeps climbing. Like, we've already seen the dip where we saw the last few years for the Commanders where the ownership people didn't like. They didn't know who their quarterback was going to be. But now you have a franchise quarterback. You're getting the NFL draft in your city. Should fans be excited about the next few years?
Yes, and dip is a polite way to describe it. Yeah, that was quite a dip. It was kind of like about the size of the Grand Canyon. So yeah, I think it's amazing how different it is, again, compared to 2 years ago. When you look at like the transformation that's taking place, not just, they were 12-5. You have Jaden Daniels, right? Like one of the most exciting young players in the NFL. But it goes beyond that. Just the money that they're putting into the infrastructure of the practice facility, which if you are listing as a real estate thing, it would have been listed as a charming residence, right? It's small, but they're putting a lot of money in there to make it better. They're putting the crown molding in there to make it a much nicer place inside, something that hadn't really been done before. So little things like that, I think, are also the details are part of the transformation. Under Dan Snyder, there are a lot of times I know coaches would come here. The Shanahans came here and they thought this guy's going to spend because look at the money he spends on players, and they get here and they realize that's not taking place in the infrastructure. And so it's the big things that are visible, the success on the field. You have the right coach in Dan Quinn, a general manager that a lot of people clearly respect in Adam Peters. So that part is transformed, but then it's also the infrastructure, I think, just makes it a better situation top to bottom. And so I think for long-term success, I think that's the way you have to approach things. So what they do this year, who knows? But over the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years, they're going to probably be better more often than not.
We're talking with John Comm. He is the Commanders insider for ESPN. John, you touched on it a little bit, talking about how, there was a dip for this franchise, which, again, is putting it lightly. But can you sort of give us some perspective? And, we both covered this team for a long time, but this would have been the fact that we're talking about a stadium at the RFK site and the fact the NFL has said we're coming to the nation's capital. This would have been unfathomable just 3 years ago.
Correct. Yeah. Mayor Bowser, I talked to her in December, and at that point she basically said, like, this wasn't going to happen. She didn't say it like this, but the clear implication was it was never going to happen with Dan Snyder in charge. And so that people didn't want to be in business with him at that time, with all the investigations going on, the approach they took. It wasn't until Bruce Allen was out that some people here had started finally, when he left, they started finally meeting with the council members because you have to convince them that this is a good deal, but that wasn't happening before. So there are a lot of things. And again, just Dan Snyder himself was a major hindrance in all sorts of deals. So it just, that's the biggest thing. And again, it's the most visible thing, but I also think it's just, there were good people in this organization prior, but you had enough that were, I think, not quite what you'd want to run your franchise. And, his hiring practices weren't very consistent or good. And the result is what we saw. And, it's funny because I tell people say it's like a night and day difference. I'm like, that doesn't even describe the difference. So it's my way of saying it's almost like the difference between the sun and the moon. That's how far apart the organizations are. It's like, it really feels like I'm covering a new organization. Very much so. Definitely feels like that.
Yeah, so set the stage for us because, just an outsider looking in, this does look like it's going to be one of the more iconic locations of the NFL draft because it's going to be the National Mall, right? Like the source of all of these, historic scenes. So just how cool is it going to be?
I'm sure, listen, I'm sure it'll be, if you've seen like the 4th of July stuff at the Capitol, like they can put on a production. So there's a lot, like you said, there's a lot of iconic sites that you can feature when you're down there, and just the shots of it, right? And it's funny because I'll extend that to the stadium. And one reason why when you talk to people here about why they want to be back down in the city, obviously the RFK site means something to them. But what they also will talk about is the vision. And the vision is like, hey, picture this, it's a Monday night game, and you have the crowd pans to the monument, the White House, the Capitol, and then you're right at the stadium. And it's all right in that range, right? And I think you get the same thing with the draft. That those are sites that it's hard to match that, for any other city, right? So I think that will be kind of cool and very good for the city for sure.
John, how much does Roger Goodell have to do with the stadium and also the draft coming to D.C.? Because it feels like when you listen to him, you get the real sense, and even he's sort of said this, he has a real, I feel like, initiative to make football relevant in the nation's capital. Again, it's good for the league, and I think he kind of has a soft spot for the history here.
Well, he definitely does. I mean, he used to go to games at RFK, so he definitely understands what it means to this area and what it means to be back in the city and to have a good franchise here again. A competitive, not just, there were years where they were competitive or had, there were, fringe playoff teams under Dan Snyder. It wasn't like they were always 4-12 or 4-13, but we all know how the fan base reacted to it, right? You were losing customers even as you were flirting with 500 and flirting with a playoff spot. Your people were dropping off because they were tired of a lot of things. And so I think the NFL knows how important it is to have a strong product here, and because of the history of that franchise and what it means. And I think the other, how involved is he? Well, clearly there was an effort by the league and the team. They did a lot of lobbying up on Capitol Hill to get a provision in that continuing resolution bill back in December that would transfer the land to D.C. because without that, this isn't happening. So the league and the team was doing that. Now it's up to, in terms of the draft, but clearly the league has a big say in that. So that's definitely part of it. Now with the from here forward, it's really on the team to convince the team and the mayor and her staff to convince the council members that this is a good deal. So I don't know that Goodell would be involved in that. I'm not sure that would be a great idea. I don't think you need to bring in muscle. I think you need to play ball with them, right? And so I think that would be better from a local perspective. But I think to this point, clearly the league wants a strong product here. And so, yeah, there you go.
All right, so a couple minutes left here. I understand it's May 5th. It's probably early to be talking about the season, but the Commanders made such a big jump from a team that was not really super relevant to a team that now is kind of in the spotlight. So now going into this next season, what are the expectations for this team? Because obviously they still play in the division with the Philadelphia Eagles. Right. What's the expectation for the team this year?
17-0. What do you think? Yeah, you know how fans are. No, I think the expectations is it's funny because when I hear from fans, I don't think they have unrealistic expectations about now the next step is you got to get to the Super Bowl this year. It's not a Super Bowl or bust type year. They're not at that point yet, right? However, I think what you want to see with the expectations is to continue string together a back-to-back playoff season. To be the first time since 91, 92. Do that. Then I think fans will know okay, now it wasn't just a one-year blip. I mean, I think we can sit here and talk about how different it is, and it is, and how much better it is, and Jaden Daniels, et cetera. But if you somehow slip to 7-10, well, that's then people say, oh, okay, same stuff. But I think if you can build on the success, which is get to the playoffs again, right? That would be the start, because if with Jaden in the playoffs, I think any team is going to be scared to play them. And just continue to show that you're building something that is sustainable long term. And that, to me, would be the goal. And it's hard. You look at the schedule this year, on paper, it's tougher. Now, it's tougher for every team in the NFC East, but it's tougher. So, you win 12 games last year, some of those in the fourth quarter, right? And you have all that success. Can you win double-digit games against this schedule? Like that, if you do that, to me, that's a good year. And, again, that would put you in the playoffs in back-to-back years for the first time in more than 30 years.
He is the Commanders insider for ESPN, also host of the John Keim Report podcast. It is the great John Keim. John, we really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
My pleasure. Always enjoy coming on. Thank you.
You bet. Man, he knows this stuff. No one knows the Commanders like John. And he's absolutely right about everything, which is this is just unprecedented. It's hard to explain, and I think because this has been such a shock to the system for Commanders fans, he's right. There are high expectations, but people are still kind of getting over the PTSD of the last couple decades, where even now people have to be convinced, like, are you sure this is real? Are you sure? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Sure about that?
You sure about that? Like, people still are sort of like, I think so, but they're kind of coming around finally. It's taking a while.
Yeah, and I do think it's hard to make the jump from like bad team to good team to great team, within the span of 2 years.
Oh, that's absolutely true. You just have to temper your expectations and say, hey, last season was amazing. Now let's just continue to build consistency, and then you can always become great. But you're right, it takes time. Coming up next on the show, the betting slate is clean, and it could not come at a better time, my friends. We'll reset, take a breath, and then hand out our favorite plays of the night next to the Daily Tip on a BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Monday in the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. And nothing gets me going like a good instrumental guitar solo. Tear it up, studio guy. Great to have you with us. Thanks for starting your week here on the show. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up on the show, we will have our favorite bets of the day. Chelsea, tell me something interesting. What else you do this weekend? Anything exciting? I don't know. I'm up for a good story. I assume everything.
Story time, huh?
Story time, yeah. Give me something.
Well, I was going to save this for a streaming corner tomorrow, but I actually got to sit and watch some shows because it was raining all weekend. So we watched Another Simple Favor with Blake Lively, which I know a lot of people don't like her anymore. But let me tell you, this was the role that she was born to play, because a lot of people think that she's not really acting because she's like the villain in this movie. She's very condescending. She's very sarcastic, and she's like married to a billionaire, which what a stretch. That's what she is in real life. And then I watched The Four Seasons with Tina Fey. I don't know if you've heard of this.
I have.
It's one of those shows where it's not like there's nothing you can describe about it that's like really amazing, but you find yourself continuing to watch it.
Okay.
It feels like one of those shows that you watched on HBO like 5 years ago, where it's very realistic. And I think that's why it's good, because you can see yourself in a lot of these situations. And plus the acting's really good. Steve Carell's in it. Obviously Tina Fey. I think it's Will Forte. It's a guy that was on Saturday Night Live, so I had trouble like taking him seriously, but it's been good.
Oh, that was a nice little streaming corner. What are we going to talk about tomorrow? Nothing. Maybe how you went on a Star Wars binge tonight. You came back.
No.
You're doing C-3PO impressions. No, maybe not.
Jinx. We got too many bets on the card. We're going to be in game tracker mode.
Game tracker. Oh, that's exactly right. We started watching. Well, I'll talk about it tomorrow on the streaming corner. We'll finish it tonight, I feel like. We'll get into it. You're not going to believe what it has to do with. Maybe a killer.
Murder.
I got to watch something lighthearted. I got to get on something different. Double D, all caps, Matlock. Honestly, before we go to our bets, has anyone here, look, we all love Kathy Bates on this show. It's been very well established. Does anyone on this show, has anyone ever watched, and I'm not talking about Andy Griffith, I'm talking about the new Matlock with Kathy Bates. Anyone but Double D? I knew the answer to that. Crickets. Dead air.
Ooh, from the chat, from the top rope.
Oh, Max from the top rope with the elbow. Love Matlock. Holy Jesus. Got a couple there is a mutiny. A couple of Matlock stands on the show. President and vice president of the Kathy Bates fan club. All right, let's go. You might be talking me into it. Coming up next on Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats. Joe and Sammy P will recap a great weekend of playoff action in both the NBA and the Stanley Cup playoffs, and a big loss for journalism. God, another L. This time in the Derby, Rick Camp will join the crew to talk NBA playoffs at 10 in the morning in the East, of course, and he's followed by Kenny Ducey of Covers.com at 11. Okay, so last week was not our best week. Who cares, right? It's over. Happens to the best of us. New week, new us. Let's do it.
Time to place your bets.
Well, what do we have here? Chelsea also with a pretty fat card. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I was thinking of all of the many ways to play these NBA games tonight, and I thought to myself, Chelsea, stop getting cute and just play the plays that you want to play. Because I was like, what if I do the money line and this and the No parlays for my best bet. We are simply going with the Oklahoma City Thunder laying the 9.5 at home against the Denver Nuggets. If you look at this matchup and the rest advantage, the advantage hugely goes to the Thunder, who have had 9 days off. Meanwhile, the Nuggets had to go toe-to-toe with the Clippers in a Game 7 over the weekend. It feels to me that they're going to be worn down. And plus, the Thunder were the younger team from the get-go. Plus, if you don't think Mark Dagnall is not going to come up with ways to scheme against Nikola Jokic, I feel like you've got your work cut out for you, because this is the guy that tried to have a go sub during a game so Nikola Jokic could not do those quick passes off the inbound. He had a guy standing at the scores table the entire time. And in fact, he got I think a foul taken against him for delay of game. But these are the lengths that he's willing to go to stop the Thunder. Stop the Nuggets. So I feel like this is a game that's going to go in the favor of the Thunder. Maybe we get a good series, but I think game one belongs to Oklahoma City at home. So let's take them laying the 9.5 against the Nuggets.
Chelsea, I think that's the right call. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to start with a little baseball. Let's go Cubs on the money line. You can find it at minus 144. It's already at minus 150 at BetMGM. I think this number continues to go up. They're hosting the Giants today. Landon Rupp going up against Matthew Boyd. I'm also playing the under in this game. Right now it's 7 and a hook. I'm going to play it up to 8 and go under at minus 130. So the Cubs just have a much better offense, right? We're talking about the best offense in the National League, one of the best in baseball. And Matthew Boyd has been solid on the mound this season, but also when you look at his numbers, I think they can be better because he's had to face the Dodgers and the Padres twice this season. Now he gets a Giants lineup that has started to cool off. Cubs on the money line, minus 144. And then also wind blowing in today at Wrigley. It's going to be cold, windy. I think that keeps this a lower scoring game. We're going to go under 8 as well.
Ooh, I like it. I'm going to jump on the bandwagon for the Cubs. They've been a nice little surprise this year. I know that you could say that about the Giants as well. But they've been much better at home as opposed to on the road. So we'll go with the Cubbies. Matt Boyd, like you said, I think the better pitcher in this one. The other plays that I'm going to add, or the play I should say, this is when I'm getting cute. Like I talked about earlier, which I probably shouldn't be doing, but let's throw in another play in the NBA. So I'm going to go Thunder in the first half on the money line. One would think if you're banking on a rest advantage for the Thunder and the Nuggets are coming in tired, and the Thunder were the best first half team in the NBA this year, one would think they'd be leading in this game at halftime. So first half money line for the Thunder against the Nuggets. Then we're going to go the Celtics on the money line just to win against the Knicks. Same goes. The Knicks had to go toe-to-toe with the Pistons, and their defense against the three-pointer is not good. The Celtics shoot a ton of threes. They made at least 17 three-pointers in each of the 4 matchups against the Knicks this year, which they won all 4 of. So Celtics money line, Thunder first half. That is a parlay that's minus 145.
Okay, let's go. What else do I have here? Okay, I talked about Cubs money line. Talked about Giants, Cubs under 8. I'm going to go Dodgers on the run line. It's only minus 115 against the Marlins. So, look, Sandy Alcantara is going for the Marlins. And this is a former Cy Young Award winner. But thus far this season, he's 2-3 with an 8.31 ERA. He faced the Dodgers last time out. This was in L.A. He got crushed for 7 earned in 2 2/3 innings in a 15-2 Dodgers rout. Now, you don't want to use a single game as your sample size, but just look at what he's done in his past few appearances. He's given up in his last 4 appearances. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like 12 runs in 16 2/3 innings. He's just been off the mark, has not been able to put it together. The Marlins have also lost each of his last 3 outings by at least 3 runs or more. Dodgers have covered the run line against the Marlins in 8 of their last 10 games overall. So it's pretty square, but I'm going to go Dodgers on the run line at minus 115. And am I being too much of a square here? I feel like I am.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Just do it.
Just do it. Finally, okay. Celtics money line, Thunder money line. I think both of these teams went outright tonight, no question. They might cover as well. But if you put those two together, it's minus 190, which is too juicy. So hopefully they win tonight. And then tomorrow, we're going the Aces. That's right, WNBA. Aces money line at home, taking on the Mercury. It's Vegas's home opener. They're the second favorite to win the WNBA title. They have the best player on the planet in Asia Wilson. So Celtics money line, Thunder money line, Aces money line, plus 111. Why not?
I love how we go against our own advice all the time.
I know.
We're like, don't do parlays. And here we are doing stupid money line parlays.
I got to tighten it up at some point. I just got to tighten it up and be smarter. Before we get to, or maybe not, Donkster! Oh my gosh, the Donkster is not even sitting here. Hold on. We're getting the Donkster. Watch this.
It's still
this
his weekend.
It's his weekend. This guy is just chilling, relaxing.
Oh, it's Cinco de Mayo. Like, the Donkster probably has a big day. He's probably going to wear a sombrero.
Oh, Donkster,
He's
okay.
a burro today.
A burro. Yes, he is. Okay, Donkster, get on in here. You're locked in, ready to go. Oh, there he is. He made it. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm ready for Cinco de Mayo. Also, the most important thing is that I haven't been getting the attention I deserve, so I've hired a PR person myself, like Bill Belichick.
Oh, yeah? Anyone we know?
Of course, I'm bringing in Brad Evans to give me signature catchphrases. And so far, we have 3.
Okay. Well, let's hear him.
Number 1, why are you being so stupid?
Little harsh.
Groundbreaking.
Number 2, biscuits and gravy.
Ooh.
Oh, well,
I like that one.
Maybe.
And number 3, well, isn't that a kick in the nads?
I don't know. I feel like that's not something you want to say on a regular basis. Okay, how about a bet?
Thunder, minus 9.5, hosting the Nugs.
Okay.
Here we go.
Here we go. What's up next on Bet Sweats? To find out, we bring in our good friend Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning.
I think the last catchphrase can work. No?
In the nads.
We've all been there, right?
And then ads. Yeah, I think it could be his thing. Yeah, I like it. Of course, NBA playoffs, everything that occurred over the weekend. We'll talk some baseball. You mentioned Alcantara. Would you trade for him? He was viewed as one of the top guys, and now he's a fade.
I mean, in a big way. Like, it's amazing. It's hard to watch.
Sometimes you need to change the scenery, but I don't know. That feels like a lot of risk right now.
Yeah. Maybe you take a flyer on him. That's a good idea. Joe, thanks for being with us. Have a great show. That's it for us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and the entire crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you have a great Monday. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Journalism and sovereignty, nose to nose, down to the last 16th of a mile. Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baez is third, but it will be sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby. Journalism and Baez over next. Final Gambit was fourth.
One of many big sporting events over the weekend. Welcome on in. It's a busy Monday. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Bet Sweats the next 3 hours here on the BetMGM Network. Of course, the NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs. We'll talk about the Derby. There's so much going on. Of course, in baseball, we'll get you up to speed there. Rick Camp on the show from the I'm Fat podcast, one of Sam's favorites. And then Kenny Ducey will also be joining us. Always has some strong opinions about something that is pissing him off. So looking forward to talking to Kenny at 11 a.m. Eastern, Campy at 10 a.m. Eastern. Did you survive the weekend, Sam?
Barely. They sent me an email yesterday. I was supposed to fly back at 8 p.m. 8 p.m.
That's your thing.
Your flight's been delayed until 10:15. Great. 10:15 on Sunday. Perfect. Then you get on the plane, get your seatbelt buckled. Everybody's ready to go. Get to the runway. There's something wrong with the plane. Ugh. Rolled in about 2 o'clock in the morning last night. No big deal.
10 o'clock Central, going to Eastern?
Yep, 10 Central.
Oh,
landed at
man.
1:47 or something like that. Did not get to see my Blues bet lose, which was another fun part of my Sunday night. What a game. 2 overtimes. Had the Blues. They're up 3-1. I'm with my buddy Blake. He goes, dude, what are you sweating? You got this. This is a winner.
No.
I'm like, you shut the hell up right now.
Playoff
right
hockey,
now.
dude.
Shut up right now. And then bang, bang, with 1.6 to go. Winnipeg ties it, and I knew it was going to lose.
Yep. And then Saturday. So, I mean, you brought up the hockey. How do we ignore it? Our buddy Roz was texting us last night, and this is what he does. We know a 2-goal lead is not safe, especially in the playoffs, but that's always the case with hockey. But he jumped on Winnipeg. I didn't ask exactly when. I doubt it was exactly 2 minutes left in regulation, but he took a flyer on Winnipeg money line late live. That was 11-1. And on Saturday night, he took Dallas at 13-1. 2-0 lead, early third. Based on what you just said, I know for a fact that you were not thinking that it was in the bag. You were maybe feeling very positive about your team, but 4 unanswered goals. One dude has a hat trick in the third period. It's like, what do you say? This is what you get with this sport this time of year.
Yeah, and I really do think, the winner of that series, obviously Dallas. I thought the winner all along was going to make a run. I mean, Dallas, very good hockey team, going to get healthier at the right time. And I do like Dallas to beat Winnipeg. That was tough. That was tough on Colorado Saturday. And then obviously, St. Louis on Sunday. It is what it is. That's why we do what we do. I was thinking, though, to myself when Roz is like, oh, yeah, just picked off an 11, just picked off a 13. If he did a unit, he just made 24 units in about 10 minutes, because he jumps in at the very end of the third period.
Yeah.
And, pluck. 13 and 11-1. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that he does on a regular basis, especially this time of year with the playoffs. But yeah, those are nice pulls. I wouldn't consider it. Wouldn't consider it in those scenarios. Like Colorado, the fairly heavy favorite, 2-goal lead in the third period. The Blues that we've been high on throughout much of the season, up 2 goals late. Like I'm not thinking that that's going to happen, but that's the kind of chaos that you can get in these playoffs. So we got a bunch of games, couple of game 7s in the NBA over the weekend. And the one last night, not really in doubt. In fact, both games yesterday, we could talk about some of the details, but it really came down to one thing. It's something you go to right away when recapping these games and looking at what occurred. In most cases, it's about making your threes. And that was the difference in both games. It was a difference in Golden State taking game number 7 against Houston. First off, getting pushed to a game 7. I think we both were surprised that was the case, losing game 6 at home. And then Indiana last night. That was a big difference maker as well with all the threes that they made.
Yeah, got to make your shots. That's really the name of the game. And I think it was after the second or third night of the playoffs when we were getting a lot of games every night. Just look at the box score. You don't really have to watch the game. You just look at that 3-point column, and usually whoever hits more is going to win the game. I was entertained by Charles Barkley last night. He was giving it to the Rockets. Those boys better get in that gym this summer. Just like they can't shoot, can't water out of a boat. I'm like, yeah, all right, I guess. But I mean, he's right. Houston could not make their shots, and this Golden State team, I think, is good. But I think we're all waiting for the inevitable, and that's Oklahoma City to flex everybody in that West.
Mm-hmm.
People try to tell us OKC is that good, and I understand wanting to see it. I think we're going to see it. I mean, is somebody holding a Warriors West ticket? I don't know. I mean, to have to go to 7 against that Houston team, not good. You give them credit. They win the series. They move on. I don't think they're going to beat OKC.
That was our question throughout the regular season, especially in the second half, as people were just picking around Oklahoma City. No, I think it's going to be this team. Oh, no, now with Butler, it's Golden State. Look how they played with Butler. What about this Clippers? Oh, wait, not the Clippers now. The winner of that series. It was, in a lot of cases, maybe people just didn't want to lay a price at that point. Anybody but OKC. And I kept thinking, I didn't bet on them. I mean, I took them in some long shot parlays or whatever, but I was like, why not OKC? Look at that defense, and we're going to see it on display tonight. I mentioned the threes. So in the Golden State-Houston game, Golden State made 18. Houston made 6. Most of those 6 came very late. It didn't matter. The game was already over. Barkley saying better get in the gym. I don't know that what they need is on that roster. So that's going to be a huge talking point in the offseason for the Rockets. We are not surprised that the 7 beat the 2. The 7 was supposed to beat the 2. The 7 was a $2 favorite to take down the 2 in the Houston Rockets. Just historically, people are going to point out, whoa, not that many times you'd had a 7 win. The 7 was supposed to win. The Rockets don't have enough scoring. They've got a great young base to build around. But are they going to be willing to make that big move to add a true scorer? Because that was the difference. Again, 89 points last night. We know this is a very strong Warriors defense, but 80-something points ain't getting it done nowadays. So that's going to be very interesting to watch in the offseason. Then Steph didn't do anything until the fourth quarter. Now, money time, he showed up, but I don't think he had a field goal in the first half of that game. But yeah, I mean, Golden State, I kind of look at it as them being pushed to 7 because this thing was not supposed to go 7 games.
So I wrote a story over the weekend for Fox about Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers. And naturally, that's what people want to talk about because that's a team that people love to bet. Before their playoff finale, somebody bet $1,000 at the Westgate Superbook at 50-1 on the Lakers to win the title. And basically the story is dumb money bets the Lakers no matter what. And inside that story, I'm asking Jeff, what's the price next year on the Lakers? And I'm thinking 15, 18 to win the title. No, 10. He's going to open 10. He goes, why would I open any bigger than 10? They're going to bet me anyways. But there were 2 teams he brought up in the West. And I'm curious what you think about this. He thinks Houston and San Antonio are going to be really aggressive this offseason at bolstering their roster. He said those are the 2 teams that I expect to take a next step. Mm-hmm. Houston, I guess, makes sense. They were the 2 seed this year. San Antonio with Wemby and Castle and a bright young core. He says Houston, San Antonio are going to be his 2 teams to watch this offseason.
Yep, I would agree with that. Isn't the comp OKC that a lot of people are going to bring up? Like OKC was too young before, Houston too young this year. And then they take that next step. They're going to need to add, though. See, that's why he's watching them in the offseason. He knows what they have is really, really good, but not good enough. What do they add? You had Jalen Green, like he could be great at times. And then he had 4 games in the series where he scored single digits. Like you need more consistency. It can't be Şengün. And it was obvious that he was going to have a big series. We all knew that, but they need more help. Man, do they have a good core? And Amin Thompson, just terrific. But yeah, I think that is certainly fair. The number of assets, and now Pop is going upstairs. That's going to be fascinating. I would think that he's going to want to make some sort of a big move. Is it time? We'll see. But with that, you've got teams taking steps back. So which one is it going to be most likely in the West? As long as we're talking about the West, we might as well hit it. We had that feeling when we knew it was going 7. Okay, I liked the Clippers before the series, but even after they won Game 6, just knowing you're going to Denver, Game 7, and Jokic, we didn't love that spot. We were thinking it's probably going to be the Nuggets taking this one. And then it was a final nail in the coffin before the game got started.
He did not have a good week. Let's put it that way. The guy, the crippler, you know what I'm talking about. The guy
I'm just so the people know. Yeah.
The people were tweeting me and texting me on Saturday. We don't do a show on Saturday. I'm not obliged to do anything on Saturday. And I had about 4 tweets at me. Who's he on tonight? I said, I'll let you know. So he had Pistons on Thursday, Warriors money line on Friday, laid a big price, like $225, and they got green.
Money line.
Right? Yeah. And then on Saturday, I sent it to you right as he put it in. He's on the Clips. And you said, that's it. Nuggets are going to win. And it wasn't really all that close. It wasn't.
Yeah. I jumped on Denver. I got my bet back at least on that one. That was that was fairly obvious. And, right on cue, Paul's going on about 35-year-old James Harden. That's all his fault. How was Kawhi? Plus minus 33 in that game? Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah. It was pretty bad. It's pretty bad for all of them. 15-0 run to start the second half for Denver. That's when it was a wrap. And then remember, was it Friday? It was Clippers, and that goes through 0. Denver's the favorite. They closed 1.5 point favorite. I feel like everybody knew. Maybe it was the Crippler. The Crippler is moving markets at this point. And game number 1 last night started over in the Eastern Conference between Indiana and Cleveland. A surprise here. You've got the Cavs as an 8.5 point favorite at home, and they lose outright. Again, 3's the story. The Pacers hit 10 more. 30 more points in 3s in this game. Like usual, balanced offense. Everybody in the starting lineup got to double figures, but that was certainly a surprise. Pacers steal game 1. I don't think it's going to hold for the series, but now as we're talking about.
I think some Cavs fans are definitely aware now. Hey, we can't take this team lightly. But I think the really telling metric coming out of game 1, look at that spread in game 2. Opened 8.5, out to 10. I see a 10.5 at circa. So the market not too concerned about Cleveland in game 2.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that move. Doesn't mean I'm saying bet 10.5 though now. We're not saying that at all, but I understand the move there. Anything else on hockey, or is it just tough?
We're not going to talk about my numbers? No?
What you got?
Some good news? These are the Derby numbers that won.
Yeah, I kept Baeza out, so I messed up on that one. You put him in.
I would have hit the superfecta if I played it. I did not.
What was the super pay?
There they go. 18-8, 3-21. That was
no.
What
was the pay?
Did not do it. It's in the rundown. Paul had it. Superfecta was $16.82 on a dollar bet.
Damn. But you box that, I mean, and then you're paying how much, we've all been through that. Yeah, we can go over that. Sovereignty. Journalism finishing second. We were not surprised by that. And sovereignty was one that we talked about throughout the week. It was getting the rest in. We liked Final Gambit as well. We'll get to that. We also need to talk about the Byron Nelson at some point. NBA playoffs on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P got NBA playoffs. They continue. A couple of games tonight that we're going to get into. We did leave off there at the end. Didn't want to just give it 30 seconds on the Kentucky Derby. Sovereignty defeats journalism down the stretch over at the Derby. Dollar exacta, $48. Dollar try, $2.31. Dollar super, $16.82. So you said you didn't play. If you played it, what would you have done? Would you have taken what would have equated to $1 and box it if you put that super together?
I've never bet a superfecta, to be honest with you.
Oh,
I don't know why.
Really?
No, I've never done it. I probably
really
wouldn't win most of them.
That's why.
Didn't expect to have the first 4 horses, but I mean, we talked, ad nauseum about journalism hitting the board and then finding that closing speed around the horse. And, very easily could have won journalism. Did not, though. But Sovereignty, the 18, gets home. So, yeah, these were the 5 that I had out there. 3, 9, 14, 18, and 21. And my buddy Dan did bet the super. Now, he boxed him. He didn't do it straight. That would have been a hell of a call to hit him in that order. But if you listen to this show, you had the winner, you had the exacta, you had the trifecta, had the superfecta. I think that's a pretty good thing, right? If you were able to wheel these horses, I don't know.
Well, the other thing, and I guess this is just as an important part when you're talking about such a big field, is I looked at the very bottom because I wasn't able to see the race live, saw it on replay, saw the results. So I looked at the very bottom. I'm like, okay, I know he didn't hit the board. Where's Chunk of Gold? Because Jim Miller was talking about that. I'm like, oh, watch. Chunk of Gold was dead last. I looked at the bottom 5, 6. We didn't talk about any of them. That's part of the game, too, especially with the Derby, the elimination, which ones you want nothing to do with. The ones that weren't even close kind of were expected to not even be close, according to people that we talked to.
Yeah. You also said, too, you pointed out how Olchek went out of his way last week on our show, Eddie O. Yeah. Went out of his way to say, if the 21 gets in, look out. We didn't prompt him on that. He went out of his way to say Baeza. Baeza could make this really interesting. And the 21 was very impressive, obviously hitting the board, getting in there. But Eddie did mention Baeza and say that horse could definitely affect the race.
Yep. Yeah, I should have put more into that. I mean, part of me was thinking, okay, are people just doing this because we've seen in recent history the late editions, late in the week due to scratches, come in and play a major factor? But yeah, no, he was spot on with that one. That was a really good call. Problem always is you like too many horses. Damn, man. Can't believe you had it right there. Good call. Let's talk about the NBA playoffs. We get 2 games tonight. We've got a couple of game number 1s, Sammy, here. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Let's start Eastern Conference. Why not? It's the team that you have the closest proximity to. The Boston Celtics, a massive favorite, 9.5. The total, 212 in the hook. The total has dipped a couple of points in this one. I would say the biggest story with Boston, their health. The injury report comes out yesterday, clean. So maybe we shouldn't be that worried about Holiday or a couple of the injuries that they've had. They had some time to rest. And I'd say the big story on the Knicks side is they suck against the great teams in this league. Awful. They can't get a win. Against Boston, Cleveland, and OKC this year, they are 0-10.
That doesn't appear to be a good statistic, 0-10.
No.
0-10 in anything is not good. They opened 8.5, which I thought was a smidge high. I wasn't looking to take the Knicks, let me be clear. I thought, though, 8.5's a big number. And if I thought 8.5 was big, how about 9.5 at MGM? So it's moved up, obviously 9 in a lot of places, and a couple places 9.5. It makes sense. I don't know what to do with this first game in Boston, New York. We'll get to the second game, Denver, OKC. I lean to the dog. again, because if I come out and say, 8.5 is a big number, but then when it keeps running and keeps getting bigger, maybe I'm wrong. Happens all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, we're wrong a lot on the show. That's the name of the game. I lean to the points, but I don't love it. I don't love betting against Boston either.
Yeah, I mean they kicked their ass throughout much of the year. I will say in the most recent meeting, for whatever it's worth, if it's much to you, they were pushed to overtime April 8th. And like, do we care what happened in October? Probably not. So the 4-0 record, I think you could throw kind of out the window. But over the last 2 years, we're talking about an 8-1 record against the Knicks. Same Knicks players for the most part. You still got Brunson in all these games. I felt it was kind of eye-opening just watching that Knicks-Pistons series where even though the Knicks are the team still playing, I'm actually more positive on Detroit moving forward because of what I saw in that series. And every single game that New York ended up winning, it could have easily gone the other way. So many games just were decided by one possession. So I'm going to have a tough time backing the Knicks in this series. Game one's a bit challenging, but the rest that Boston was able to get, the best thing in the world for the state of that team. So I'm expecting this to be short. I don't think the Knicks win twice. My decision, does this go 4 or does this go 5? What do you think, big picture?
I don't want to say sweep. I don't want to disrespect New York like that. I'm a big Brunson guy. I know you love Brunson, betting on Brunson. Tibbs is going to find a way to get them a win, maybe 2. And when we think about how Tibbs is probably going to attack the series, they don't want to get in a track meet with Boston, man, because they just don't have the horses. They don't have the guys to be able to get up and down the court. So I would think, and as a guy who covered Tibbs for a long time, he's going to try and muck this thing up. He's going to try and turn this into a half-court game. And looking at the total in not only this game, but the night game, drastically different. So New York-Boston total, open 214. It's currently 212.5 at MGM, a bunch of 212.5. The total in the night game is 2 touchdowns higher. Mm-hmm. That's definitely what New York has to do. Try and slow this thing down. Do not let Boston get out in transition. And if you don't make your shots on offense, you got to get back because the Celtics will kill you in transition. I think the total and the difference between the two totals tonight is very eye-opening if you're just coming into this for the first time.
Whew. Boston minus 2.5 games. You got to lay a price, Sam. Minus 130 at some spots, meaning it's 4 or 5. And that's the only way that you end up winning that bet. Not laying a price at that. But it's a very good point about the total. So New York, Boston comes down. Denver, OKC goes up. So that's screaming. The sharp play is on the under in the Eastern Conference game, Knicks Celtics, and they're on the over in the Western Conference game, the higher number of the two, Nuggets and Thunder.
I'm taking the points. It might be a little square. Do not care. I am taking 9.5. That is a big number. Big number to give my guy Jokic and Jamal Murray. I don't think it's really that difficult of a decision for me to get invested here. I wonder what the money line price is. I haven't looked at it. These are the first game is always a really feel it out type process. And I'm not going to call my shot and say Denver's going to win. But man, you dangle plus 350 in front of my face coming into game 1. I'm intrigued. Definitely intrigued.
Yeah, I hear you. And does any part of you think, man, they've been on the sideline a long time? Like, you want rest? You want to get ready for the next series? But don't forget it was a short one. Do we remember an OKC-Memphis game? Like, that was a long time ago since they played. April 26th. Last Saturday was the last time that they played. So you've got over a week off. And that's the classic argument, rest versus rust. What ends up being better? And could they come out a little slow? Yeah. And then there will be people that make the same case that Denver was tired out after getting pushed to 7 games. So I understand that. I do think that you're probably right, that this is a good spot to steal one. And if you go zigzag, oh, man, that would be so, like, lock it in, right? OKC would steamroll them in game number 2, most likely.
That would be my plan of attack. Definitely if Denver loses at the buzzer or something like that. Oh, wow, maybe Denver can make this a series, and then it ends in 5. But I love me some game 1 dogs. Maybe not in Boston tonight, but generally looking at those dogs. And I think Denver has a lot of things it could do. Very versatile offense, the best player in basketball, Nikola Jokic. I'm curious to see how the Thunder guard Jokic. That's going to be a fun watch and a fun understanding of you're not going to stop him, but you can slow him. But I do think that Denver is going to have every path to make this at least interesting. Now, if the Thunder win by 25, I will tip my cap, but I don't think that happens tonight.
As far as the season series, they split 2-2. And the most recent time that these teams have played, they played back-to-back days. It was a Sunday, Monday, March 9th, March 10th in OKC. And it was the Thunder taking one, and it was the Thunder losing another. Would it surprise me if this is part of the reason that we're seeing a move on the total? That March 10th game, their last meeting, 140 to 127 in favor of Denver. Woo! They've got that. And this is regarded, and it should be, this is a Thunder team that is regarded as the best defense, and it's not even close. I mean, you look at every spot on the court, they're phenomenal. And they've got just enough depth that you do need there. And, man, you put up 140 on defense, that's saying something.
That's 267 for those that don't have your calculators handy. Whew. It's a lot of points. Total in this one opened, 222. Did not last, which is not really that much of a surprise. Market drove that thing up right away. 225.5 now, MGM. Pinnacle 226. So it's moved 4 points offshore. That feels about right. It's hard to open. It's hard to open that much higher. Like I don't know that we eventually get to 230 or 232, but this will be a fun series. I hope Denver can make it interesting. But in terms of the price, you want to lay the series price, how about Oklahoma City minus 700 to advance?
Yeah.
Only to be outdone by Boston and New York. Boston minus 800.
Yeah, so for me, I'm not getting involved in either one of those. Of course, you'd only look to the dog. I mean, that's the kind of players we are. You can find the Knicks plus 550, Denver, 6-1, I guess you could find out there. I'm not really interested in that, but I guess the better conversation are the other two, because as we mentioned in the East, you have Indiana go up 1-0. The Cavs are still favored. You still have to lay 240. That makes perfect sense to me. I was hoping it was maybe going to be even a bit of a cheaper price. And what if they go down 2 here, but it goes from around $5 to minus 240 with the Cavs falling down 0-1.
Yeah, I was looking at this actually this morning. If you wanted to parlay the Cavs and the Celtics right now, just to win their series, because Cleveland you can get minus 210 if you shop around. Cavs to win, Celtics to win, minus 150. Probably not going to lose that wager if you make it.
Would you add OKC or no?
I don't know that it does
change that much. Yeah.
Check. I dropped at 40 cents, minus 112.
Yeah, I don't see which dog wins. Do you have a case for a dog here?
I can see the wheels spinning right there. You're thinking about this, aren't you?
Yeah, I wouldn't add Minnesota Golden State series, which we can get into, but between those three, it's really, even with Indiana up 1-0, I have a tough time coming up with a dog that's going to win that.
I really think it's a good time to buy Cleveland. I don't think they're losing this series. And you're talking about a price that at one point was, minus 500. Now it's minus 210. So substantially cheaper to get to the window if you can just ignore what happened in game 1.
Yep. I mean, we've seen it a million times. I mean, we grew up watching Jordan sometimes fall down 0-1, and then it just doesn't end up mattering. The series would be over in 5 or 6 games. All right, the most compelling series price is, of course, Minnesota Golden State. Minnesota, 175 to 190, as the favorite. And on the flip side, you've got the Warriors plus 150, plus 160 as prices are starting to pop there. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, Minnesota should be favored, of course. I have no interest laying $1.80 though.
No.
And this doesn't really put me in a good spot to hedge. You know, you got a Warriors ticket to win the West. I can't really do anything here. So we just roll on, baby. We roll on.
This might be a series where you just jump on the dog. Like, what's the price if Minnesota goes up 1-0? Like, that would be pretty appetizing to jump on Golden State there. So, we'll see. That would be one to follow for sure. Case of the Mondays is next. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
I scream all alone.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
I hear the bosses in a bad mood again.
We find a way to have a case of the Mondays every Monday morning here on Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. Thanks for hanging out. BetMGMNetwork.com. Check us out on YouTube as well. Subscribe to the BetMGM Network YouTube page. All right, Sam, you had an eventful weekend from what it sounds like. I do want to get into more details over the next couple of hours here, but what is your case of the Mondays?
It's Colorado. It has to be. I mean, how can I come out here and say that they're going to win the Cup and they lose in the first round? I lost a decent amount of money on it. It is what it is. The sun will rise tomorrow, although it is raining here and will rain all day. You lose game 2 in overtime. You lose game 3 in overtime. And you have a 2-0 lead in game 7. And then your former teammate, Mikko Rantanen, decides enough of this. I'm going to score the first goal. I'm going to tie it up. And then I'm going to hit the empty netter and hat trick you with my new team. And Dallas moves on with a 4-2 win. Tough beat, too, if you had the total in that one, which I believe closed 5.5. It's 1-0 after 2. And get 5 goals in the third. I did not have the total, but I did have the Avs, and all my Avs futures are dead. It was an entertaining series. Result aside, I mean, it was really good hockey. A lot of the games were very entertaining. I think Dallas is now, not to say that I like Dallas to win the Cup. I can't do that. Colorado was my pick, but it feels like this was always going to be the series that sprung the Western Conference champ. So hats off to Dallas. I'm upset. I thought the Avs were going to make a run, and you have a 2-0 lead, man, in game 7. Just can't hold on.
You can take Dallas, Nikki K.
No, I'm not going to do that.
They are, it's so tight between the top 4, but let's call them the third favorite because that's what they are at BetMGM. Panthers, Hurricanes, and Stars plus 500. My God. It is so close between all of them. The range is plus 425 and plus 650 in the top 5. And then the others aren't far off. It's not like there's some long shot. The biggest number you can find on the board is your Caps. That's the last one you have left, right?
That's the only thing I got left in hockey. I made that one a while ago. That was like middle of January, I think, 12-1. I would have been much more content with Colorado, but is what it is. And now we see, Florida, Toronto. That starts tonight. We'll talk about that, later on in the show. Not really a case of the Mondays type conversation to break down a hockey game, but yeah, man, you're up 2-0. I don't know what else to say. Those are games you have to protect, and those are games you have to win. But give credit to Dallas, and now Dallas going to get, like I said earlier, going to get healthier, going to get guys back into the mix, and I think Dallas is going to be right there till the very end.
All right. Not my bet, but I feel like I need to bring this up because this man got so much airtime over the course of 2 days late last week on the show that I feel like we need to talk about Rico Brad Hoey. Like there was a celebration going on through 1 and 2 days of the Byron Nelson. Now, look, we weren't saying he was going to win. In fact, we were like, look, after 1 day of this tournament, Scheffler's $2. It's probably going to be Scheffler by $1 million. It was Scheffler by $1 million. 31 under par. Scheffler wins by 8. There wasn't that much to watch on CBS unless you had some side bets going top 10, top 20. Now, Rico Hoey almost was your first round leader. Was not, but he shoots a 63. People are on cloud 9. Friday, 73. Sunday, 73. Yesterday, Rico Brad had 3 bogeys, 2 more doubles. Rough. Oh, my God. Maybe Paul's the first-round leader guy. I know it didn't hit, but, man, that was that close at 80-1.
That would have been excruciating. That would have been terrible.
Yeah, but you're like, I'm capping it correctly. I'm right there. I'm on the doorstep.
Yeah, I think, look, if he's hanging out with Joey 5-iron after one day, I think, look, I'm not going to say because Scotty went nuclear that it totally threw him off and that he would have won anyway. But I think you play the best round of your life, close to it. It has to be close to it. And you're still two strokes back of Michael Jordan of golf right now. I mean, it was already over. So, I mean, we knew Friday he wasn't going to be in the mix for winning the tournament. He wasn't going to keep up with Scotty. Yeah, it was fun for a day. Like, again, like you said, the handicap strong, but he, 63, 73, 68, 73. That's kind of who he is. Just inconsistent. He can get, I think guys like that, to your point, can have a good round, but to expect them to be at the top of the board after 4 days, it's a big ask.
We'll always have that moment though, when he was 8
Thursday
under.
was wild.
Well, on Friday too, I remember vividly us talking about it, and you were like, "I'd rather have him not play than get rained on," and I was like, "Oh, all right, cool." And then the suspension killed him. Like he never recovered from the rain that came in. I actually left this window up on my computer, so at this point in time, Scheffler was 12 under, Vegas 10 under. Gordon 9 under, Phillips 8 under, Stevens 8 under, Rico Hoey 8 under at a 1:11 tee time. He was obviously suspended. He didn't play at 1:11, but he was right there, and then he was not right there. It didn't take long.
The top 20 is disappointing. Like, and Sam, I know you played top 10, top 20, I think. Like, that was plus 275, and like I thought that was right on it. So that's the part with a guy like that where it's annoying because of the inconsistency and just totally falling apart. Because he was right at the top 20 for even 3 rounds. He came back on Saturday a little bit.
Yeah,
okay,
I
so
like
when
the bet. I liked it.
Yeah, well, it was a great bet, but sometimes you get a little crazy in your mind and you start dreaming of winning a big bet. Realistically, should we have looked at that 63 from Thursday and say, okay, he's a fade today?
In matchups and stuff like that?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it would have been dependent who he was going up against because I forget who else was. I think he was tied with someone, right, at 8 under after the first day. It wasn't anyone all that remarkable who I would have been like, oh, yeah, let's bet on him instead.
Yeah.
Was it Jager? Was Jager tied with him? Somebody like that, right? Like not a huge marquee name.
Yeah, not even as popular as him, I don't think. But yeah,
okay,
that level, tier, etc.
But a lot of times when I see guys go off and it's maybe a player like this level, that's like, okay, I want to fade him tomorrow. There's no way he repeats that. And then what happens? It catches up to him twice, Friday and Sunday.
Yeah.
But
also, I mean, situation like that, I think that's a good thing to look at because like a guy like Valimaki, it lasted half a round and then he fell apart. I think he was like 4 under through his first 9 holes and then he didn't even make it to the end of the day at the top of the board.
Yeah. I had to bring that up. Okay. Also, I know people don't care, but like it was getting some run on social media last night. And so I just wanted to talk about what I witnessed yesterday. I witnessed a 12-year-old boy throw 207 pitches in one day. 207 pitches across 3 games. The reaction was, how is it possible? Well, you have a number of games. You have in a tournament, a bunch of games in a short period of time. In 2 days, his teammate threw 121 pitches. And not only 207 for that guy, when he wasn't pitching, he was catching. So we're talking, I don't even know how many 100 throws in like a maybe 30-hour period for one team. And if you tried to look it up to verify it, they don't have their stats public. And now I understand why. There's so much blame to go around. We hear stories like that. And, part of me is like, how is that possible? That's insane. That can't be real. I witnessed it. I saw it. I'm like, okay. After we played this team in the morning, I was like, okay, he's done for the day. And then no, he did a complete game the second game. And then he came back out in the third game. Phenomenal player, of course, which is why they're abusing this kid. But man, like the guy that covers youth baseball, that runs it for Driveline Baseballs, like retweeted me and said, we will be talking about this today on the show. Like, yeah, it's unbelievable. And I get the response of child abuse and this and that. It's comes down to the parents. I don't know if the dad is one of the coaches. I have no idea. It's the coaches. It's the parents. These organizations, many of them that run tournaments that take your money, they do not monitor this. They don't want anything to do with it when it is easily trackable. And there are tournaments that do that. But man, I've heard these stories and I've seen some bad stuff. Nothing even close to as bad as what I saw, what they were doing with these two players.
You know, I
Criminal.
was wondering too. I was wondering what Dusty Baker was up to these days. Apparently, he's managing 12-year-old baseball now.
Mark
you
Pryor
said
didn't
that-
throw 207 in one day.
No, but Dusty would have tried to do it. He would have. Oh man, Wood and Pryor both just threw them into the ground. They were not 12 years old though, Paul. 12.
I'm kind of surprised there's not, like, I'm pretty sure at 12 years old there was either innings limits or pitch. I think for us it was innings. I think in later years when I was coaching like 12-year-olds, like right out of school, it was like pitches, like 75 sort of thing. I'm shocked there's not limits there, but that is criminal behavior. Criminal behavior. No one's winning a scholarship at 12 years old. What are we doing?
The kid's going to quit the sport in a couple of years after all that abuse to his arm. No, what most of these tournaments do, they say it is coach's discretion. And they say this is what Major League Baseball recommends. Like if you Google MLB Pitch Smart, like that, these are the guidelines. These are not the rules, but this is what we recommend. We agree with Major League Baseball, which is like, 75, 80 max. And then you better not pitch for like the rest of the week. Well, I saw one throw 207. And by the way, he took a comebacker to his shin and he was down on the ground for 5 minutes in our game. And then all that after. Oh, what a disaster. Rick Camp will drop by. NBA playoffs next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
2 more NBA playoff games going down tonight. That's the case, actually, for most of the week. So strap in. Joe O, Sammy P. We have reached the second round here of the NBA playoffs, and we bring in our buddy Rick Camp at Rick C. Camp on X. He's got Fat Stacks with Camp, the I'm Fat podcast as well. Does a great job covering the NBA, game-by-game props. We've got series props that we want to hit on in some of these player markets. And Rick, before we jump to these 4 series that are going down right now, I did want to just rewind. Before we completely zoom forward on these teams that were eliminated over the weekend, you had, of course, the Rockets last night, Clippers out on Saturday, and they were steamed with so much sharp money. If you want to go back to the Lakers, I don't mind. Anything that you find like truly fascinating as far as offseason with what happens with any team that was eliminated in the first round to you?
I think it's what a lot of people are saying of, if the Rockets were going to lose that series, how were they going to lose? And what is that going to say about what they need? We all know they kind of needed the number one dude, but is this really if you just look at it from the prism of the Phoenix guys? Now, I don't think Devin Booker is going to get moved or anything, but I think a Devin Booker that can create more for himself would probably be a little bit better fit than a Kevin Durant for them, because they just need creation along with a sharpshooter, because I just don't know if a guy like Amin Thompson can be your lead ball handler. If he's like a second side guy who's crazy athletic and can attack and then be a demon defensively, cool. And be like your second best player, great. But in terms of being the engine of your offense, I really think that if Houston, unless they are just so high on their own supply that all their own guys are going to hit and they're just going to have all this depth that they can throw at you, they have picks, they have young, intriguing guys that they can send out for a star. And it's just a matter of what type of star they want. And I really do think, knowing, what the Fertitta family has done in the past, I think they're going to make a push. It's just a matter of zeroing in on who that guy is. Would they take a chance on a guy who's not as traditional like Giannis, or would they really be focused on someone from Phoenix?
And the problem there is when you push all those chips into the middle, you better hit. There's no going back from loading up, going out to get that guy. Whoever that person is, better hit, or it's going to set the franchise obviously way back. Would you rather have, let's say the next 5 years, would you rather have stock in San Antonio or Houston?
San Antonio. I think it's close, but I just think Wemby is that good and is going to be that good. I may not be I like De'Aaron Fox a lot, but they also have the ability, if they really want to push a little bit, to be able to make a move to get maybe not as high a level of player in the trade market as the Rockets could get, but I really think they could make a push, get a third scorer, so that it's not like in a game where defensively Fox Wemby pick and roll is being defended fairly well. It's not Harrison Barnes on the other side. It's, hey, a guy that can hit a three, but can also, catch one dribble, put up, get to the basket, kick out again, like a second side creator along with those two in an initial action. I think that would help them a ton, because we've seen, even with trash defensive personnel, they're going to be a good defense as long as Wemby is there. So I think they have the higher ceiling than Houston for sure, because I just don't know about some of the pieces already in existence with Houston. But I think in the immediate, like for next year, probably still Houston. But over the course of that 5 years, especially on the back end, I really think that's going to be San Antonio.
Indiana takes a 1-0 series lead last night. The big difference, threes. Pacers make 10 more threes in this game. All 5 of their starters end up in double figures. Mitchell has a big game, but they needed a little more, and they also needed Darius Garland, who did not play in this one. So now the series price, Rick, Cleveland, the heavy favorite, go down 0-1. It is minus 240. Is this the buy time on the Cavs?
I'm going to buy on the Cavs, even though I think this is maybe giving in terms of the full series line, maybe a hair of disrespect to Indiana, because I do think Indiana is really good. But you can find, I bet this morning, Cavs minus 1.5 games, plus 140. You can find that on BetMGM. And it is, I just trust this Cleveland team. And think about as many things as went wrong. Obviously, Garland didn't play, but even if you take Garland out of the equation, just with who played, you had Mitchell be absolutely horrific from three. They Mobley was very good early. They kind of went away from him. Does Sam Merrill get the start again? I don't know. Maybe at that point it's inserting DeAndre Hunter. Maybe it's inserting Ty Jerome and then just messing with his rotation a little bit. Like, there are many more levers I think the Cavs can pull to make up that difference, along with just, shooting variance, which is not fun to talk about because it's just make or miss league, But I really think the Cavs can do this. They have the better defense. The Pacers can maybe do a little more. I wouldn't be shocked, even though he had a slow game one, that like as the series progresses, Jarris Walker has a bigger role. So I'll be keeping an eye on that as like bench players with really low props because their usage and their minutes are going to be down is something that I've kind of been targeting a little bit. And it helped me a lot in the first round. So I'm going to keep an eye on his role as the series progresses. But I still trust Cleveland, and I like the 1.5 games. They can still lose another game, lose one of those games in Indiana. They went from playing a Heat team that was awful, that plays painfully slow, to playing this Pacers team. Yeah, there's going to be an adjustment period. So being able to get plus money on minus 1.5 games right now, and a fair amount of plus money, I'm here for it.
We were entertaining a couple things. I had said to Joe, look, I don't think it's a bad idea to jump in on Cleveland to win the series now. You did it a little bit differently than I was talking about it, but at minus 210, that's very cheap considering it was minus, 500 a week ago. Cleveland, Boston wheeled together is minus 152. Joe said, add the Thunder. So I hit the Thunder box. Cleveland, Boston, OKC is minus 110. Who blows that one up?
I think that's good. Good. One way that I limited it to just two. I parlayed Boston minus 1.5 games, OKC minus 1.5 games, and that was minus 116. So if you wanted to add the minus 1.5 Cleveland, or even just the Cleveland series price to that, I'd be good with that as well. It's interesting, for as much intrigue and as there was in the first round, I think the second round is a little more defined, just because of who is playing who and how those teams are playing at this time. I don't trust the Knicks at all. Brunson, who knows if he aggravates that ankle again, and then what else do they have? Tibbs is Tibbs, and the Knicks are in that part of the Tibbs life cycle where they want him gone, where he gets you up to a certain level, but then his rigidity, which helps raise your floor, also lowers your ceiling. So I just don't think, unless there are multiple injuries that keep multiple rotation players for the Celtics out for a fair amount of the series, I just don't see how the Celtics have too many issues with the Knicks. And then just going minus 1.5 games, you're even giving 2 games of weirdness, whether it's a big shot variance game or anything weird that can happen. Maybe there's one game where multiple guys get hurt and the Knicks are able to pull a game out. Fine. As long as it doesn't get to 7, I just don't see an avenue outside of injury where the Knicks are able to take this to 7. And the Nuggets are just so tired at this point, and their bench is iffy at best. So I just don't see, with the rest OKC has had and the depth that they have and the ways they can attack, and honestly the ways they can defend the couple actions that the Nuggets are great at. I think Michael Porter Jr. not being a reliable second side really hurts. And I think that's going to be a big issue for them.
All right, what about tonight? Knicks, Celtics, 9.5. The total's been going down. Are you attacking side, total, or player props?
For tonight, as I'm scrolling over to see what I've actually bet at this point, because it's just been one of those. This is the time where over the weekend and this morning is just a barrage and trying to make sure you're keeping everything straight. I think J-Dub's going to have a big series for Oklahoma City, so him over 21.5 points is a play, and I may sprinkle a little bit on 30+, but I could also see this being similar to the first round where OKC just kind of runs Denver out of the gym in game 1, and it's a much more competitive game 2. And, just that was a pretty grueling 7-game series for Denver. So through no fault of their own, I really think it's going to be, tonight's going to be Oklahoma City. If anything, I don't know that I would play that -9.5. I may just play an alt or two, like around 15, 20, something like that, and just put smaller, partial parts of units on that. But in terms of props, in game 1s, I try to keep it relatively low key. So I do really like the J-Dub stuff because I don't know who's going to guard him. So that's what I'm focusing on there. And then in Boston, New York, probably just going to look at some Derek White overs. I haven't decided exactly what yet. It'll probably end up being 3s, but that's something that I'm looking at for sure.
Yeah, that's a really tough team to sort of figure out because they constantly deal with guys that are either dinged up or out. And, as somebody who had to do Boston TV out here at Nesson, you'd see Tatum miss a game. Then Porzingis would miss a week. And it was like always very difficult to figure out who was going to step up on any given night. And now that they're finally fully healthy, as Joe said earlier, it does get tricky because there's only one basketball and you got 5 really good players that all have to get back into the mix.
Yeah, and it's like from a pure basketball perspective, you appreciate it because they are willing to also just whoever's got the hot hand that night is going to get those touches, and they're a smart team to recognize that and run things appropriately. So if it's Tatum's having a good night, okay, that's pretty easy because obviously he's got the ball a ton anyway. But if it's a good game where Jaylen Brown is driving and getting to the basket, cool. Like they're willing to give him those touches and nobody has that much of an ego to where like they're like, no, I still need my X amount of shots or I need my X amount of touches. So the Celtics are a team where it's like, if you could do like maybe team 3s over or something like that, cool. But when you get player specific, it can get annoying. But I do think in this spot against the Knicks, Derek White's probably a guy that I just think is going to have enough volume on the ball to where he'll be able to produce. So I'm not going to go with any of these super high totals for game 1 with someone like Tatum. I'm going to pick a guy who's probably that second tier that I think has a good matchup. Go there, use that as kind of like a barometer for how the defense is going to play and how that guy is going to attack in game 1 and kind of adjust from there as the series goes on.
Joe, Sammy P, we've got Rick Camp here a few more minutes talking NBA playoffs with you here on Bet Sweats. And Rick, before the first round, you came on the show and you did some player futures, some player markets for the specific series. And a nice one that you gave out to the people, 6-1. You said Gary Trent, most 3s in that series. Is there anything you like for this round?
The one thing I've bet so far is for the Cavs-Pacers series, and that was Evan Mobley lead that series in rebounds, plus 155. Miles Turner had 11 in game 1, so he's up by 1, but Mobley is the favorite in that market. So I feel good about that one because Miles Turner's not going to get that many boards in every game of this series. It's just not going to happen. But considering Jared Allen is going to spend a ton of his time out by the 3-point line with Miles Turner in these pick and pop actions, Mobley is able to be closer to the basket. So that's one that I locked in relatively early, and I just really like that one. Boston, New York, I'm kind of leaving alone until I see it. What's nice about these markets is they do repopulate once the series is started. After each game, there will be something there. So I'm leaving that one alone. One that I haven't bet yet, but I've been tempted by, and it's because the only hesitation I have is because of the Oklahoma City defense and how good they are getting through screens, is Jamal Murray to lead that series in 3s. But the Thunder defenders are so good at getting over screens that he's going to have the most volume, I think, in this series from deep. Because at some points, Murray will just say, I haven't taken a shot for a while. I just need to keep somebody honest and chuck. And he shot decently well in the last series. And if you look at the market, there's a lot of question because neither of these teams take a ton of 3s, which may introduce more variance. Like Lou Dort is the favorite in that market. I understand why, but I am not taking that. If maybe he gets down later in the series, but is still getting some attempts up, sure. Shea took a fair amount as well, but just shot under 30%. So if you want to buy low on his shooting percentage, cool, but I think he's going to be able to get where he wants, and that won't necessarily be settling for threes. So I'm thinking about Jamal Murray for that market, maybe Chet as well, trying to not buy in too much to Chet shooting over 40% from three in the first round, but not having the volume that some of these other guys did.
5 seconds, Minnesota or Golden State?
Minnesota minus 1.5 games at least.
Woo! At least. Check it out. Look at him. Rick Camp at Rick C. Camp on X. Good stuff. Campy, appreciate it. Today's MLB card is next. Joe O, Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Talking some Major League Baseball. Looking at today's card. It's a decent-sized card. Man, the Cubs, massive favorites in the NL Central. They opened the year as favorites. I thought it was justified. Much bigger number at the moment. But, Sam, they had another starter go down in the rotation. Their lead dog, Steele, already out. And now Shota Imanaga goes down to a hamstring injury yesterday. We've talked about how they are a desperate team. They're going to have to make moves. I don't know, man. When you lose 2 of 5 in the rotation, you can add all you want, but that's tough to replace.
It's going to be like a beer league softball team now. They're going to have to win every game 8-6 and just outslug you, which could be fun. Could be a fun summer on the north side. 3-game lead. I still don't know that there's anybody else I would bet. We talked about this last week with Eric Kratz from Foul Territory, and he said he doesn't think they're the best team, and I'm sure that he would make an even bigger case today given another injury. But who else do you want? Who else do you want to bet your money on to win that Central? I can't find anybody. I don't think any of them are good aside from Chicago.
I think he would make the case for Cincinnati. And that's the team that you were fading because everybody was on the over before the year started. Right now, it's Cincinnati in second place, 3 games back. Milwaukee's 4 games back. Milwaukee's below 500 on the year. Second best run differential, it's Cincinnati at plus 34. But I want to say the Cubs are the highest in the national. Yeah, they're the highest in the National League. Almost the highest in all of baseball. Without looking, do you know which team has the best run differential in baseball as of this Monday morning?
It's not the Cubs. I thought it was.
Now they're down by 1. So I think they were number 1 going into yesterday. It's close. Off the radar. Off the radar, I think.
Oh, off the radar.
Off the radar.
How about Tigers? Tigers.
Bam. Tigers. Detroit. Plus 63. Cubs plus 62. Wow. That's surprising.
Well, the Tigers pitching staff is so good. I mean, they've been a very, very fundamentally sound pitching staff, and that makes a lot of sense. I mean, they've given up 116 runs, right? That's it.
Yeah. I'm just in shock because I quickly pulled it up. Cubs minus 275 at BetMGM. I see multiple spots that have the Cubs at $4.
And it was minus 220 5 days ago.
5 days ago, before the year started, you laid a very short price. I don't know about that. That's wild to me.
It
Arguably,
was, let's see.
2 of their best starters. Yeah.
It was a good weekend for anybody holding White Sox win totals over. They win 3 out of 4.
Go to a game?
I went.
Go to a
yep,
game or no?
I went yesterday. Yep. They got it done. 5-4. Great game. I watched 2 innings of it.
Great.
But they win Thursday. They win Friday. They took a 3-0 lead on Saturday, eventually gave that away, but they win Sunday. I mean, you get 3 out of 4 when you need 50 wins. That's what it's all about, getting those pockets of wins, and they get 3 out of 4. I'm not going to lie, I didn't follow any Rockies games this weekend, and then I looked at this morning. Oh, they've lost 3 in a row. So they lost Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Look at that. 6-28 now for our Rockies.
I just checked. White Sox, 2 stolen bases. Home game. Car wash today. Let's get the week started right. We're looking good. We're feeling good. I was tracking San Francisco. San Francisco was minus 350 yesterday against Colorado. Minus 350. And the reason that I was tracking it, I want to say, did the Giants lose the first game of the series?
Yes, they did. May 1st,
I
think, right?
Right. So I went across the board in Survivor with San Francisco, and I needed San Francisco to win both Saturday and Sunday to get home, to get clear for the week, a 500 record, and they did because it's Colorado. So, it's like, no. Can't lose next couple days? No problem. God, Colorado, they are rough to start. Rough for sure. Okay, as far as today, where are you looking? What do you have circled? I've got a couple of dogs that I'm interested in. How about you?
Well, we just talked about the Cubs, and
Yeah.
now I don't know a lot about this Giants starter, but Matthew Boyd laying $1.60 at home will not be me, my friend. Will not be me. So I lean to the Giants here, just based on the Cub price just being a little too high here, and that total 7.5. So I'm guessing there's some wind and some weather in the forecast that is going to certainly hurt the offense. I mean, 7.5 is a pretty low total for Wrigley. This kid for Chicago, for the White Sox, Smith, has been very good, man. And I don't think the White Sox are going to win tonight. I don't really want to bet against Reagans and the Royals. Minus 250, though, which gives you a take back plus 210, plus 215. Maybe White Sox first 5, maybe White Sox plus 1.5. I want to do something with Smith. He's been very, very efficient this year. The problem is the White Sox just took 3 out of 4. So you're waiting for that other shoe to drop. But those were the two that I circled, San Francisco and the Chicago White Sox. I did see our guy Rodon is going tonight too against Pivetta. Always love to fade Rodon, minus 150. So maybe I'll do some Padres as well tonight.
As far as the weather, north side of Chicago for the Cubs and the Giants, it's chilly, but I think it's going to be fine. They're saying around 50 degrees. The wind, not too bad, 5 to 10 miles per hour. So I don't think it's going to be too much of an impact there. I am interested in Padres Yankees. Now, the weather could be a factor there more than anywhere else. It's supposed to rain all day in New York. Well, let's just go into it assuming that we do get the game in. You mentioned $1.50 Rodon. Is he a fade? Well, he does have very good history against the Padres. We're talking about 93 plate appearances. They're only hitting 207 against him, and that's not luck. It's a 202 expected batting average. But I bring to you Pivetta, who has been awesome to start the year. Based on all the starters going today, he's had the best season. He has a 1.78 ERA, 2.26 FIP. And the thing with Rodon is we know he can walk everybody in the building. He's still averaging 4 walks per 9. And the batting average of balls in play is 184, which tells me that he's been very lucky. Like the balls just are not falling for the opposing team. And I don't think it has as much to do with him. $1.50 favorite, that's too much. I get to back, to this point, the best starter this year. And I get the Padres offense and I get a nice plus price. I'm going to take San Diego.
I knew you would roll with me on that one. That was very, very gift wrapped to just go in, go against Rodon. I love when a plan comes together. Minus 150. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Against San Diego. No, we're good. Yeah, we'll take the Padres. Hopefully they get that one in, reign the concern. The other one that stood out to me is an NL Central game. I was looking at Pittsburgh and St. Louis. So the Cardinals, not very good. I mean, neither team's very good, if we're being honest. But it's the Cardinals minus 145 at home. And if you look at this Buccos lineup, number of guys have hit Michaelis throughout their careers. Frazier, Hayes, Reynolds, all hitting Michaelis. So I wouldn't mind taking the Pirates in this spot, just due to the price.
Yeah, I understand. Michaelis is definitely getting bet against most starts. This is not the first time we've seen a blitz against. I was a part of I think it was a Mets bet a couple weeks ago where the line moved like 40 cents, and you're seeing that today. So opened $1.60, now Pinnacle's $1.31. 30-cent move against St. Louis.
Yeah. Anything else? Sandy Alcantara has been so bad. He's been fade material, and he has that rap as one of the top pitchers. Numbers this year tell you quite the opposite. But, man, I look at this, I'm like, okay, you really can't do anything because it's Dodgers $2, unless you think that the turnaround starts now with Alcantara. I'm not interested in doing that, but, wow, you see that price. Alcantara, if you want to go against him, you got to lay $2. That's way too pricey even for the Dodgers.
Yeah, it's not like you're getting a Dodger ace either at that price. Kasperius is not one of their best pitchers, and still minus 200 on the road. Maybe a little Dodgers Padres parlay, perhaps. Take a favorite, take a dog, knock those odds up. Maybe I'll play around with something like that. Little Dodgers Padre action. I'm gonna pop that in right now. See what I can get.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, minus 130 on the run line. I hate the run line so much.
No.
All right, so Dodgers to win and Padres to win at a price is plus 240.
Oh, that's better than I was expecting.
Me too.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so Alcantara, small market. They always sell off the Marlins. It doesn't have to be the Cubs, but there are going to be a number of teams that are looking for pitching. And now's not the time. It'll happen when you get closer to the deadline. But Sandy's a name that's come up. But he's been awful. Maybe that means the price would come down a bit. I don't know if the Marlins would budge. Would you want to add this guy to your rotation? Like, we see it across all sports. Guys, sometimes you just need to get into a winning situation, get out of a certain situation. Maybe the team you're going to is seeing a flaw in your pitching right now. Is this a guy you would trade for? Do you believe in Alcantara big picture, or you're looking at him saying, no, I'm scared off by what he's doing right now?
I would definitely accept him. If I was a GM and I needed another arm, he would probably be the first phone call. And I understand what you're saying. It's a fair question to look at his ERA and see a huge crooked 8, right? 8.31 is his ERA. That's alarming. I'm trying, though, not to put too much stock into this year and balance out what he's been over his 8-year career now. I mean, look at that stretch from 18 to 22. 344, 388, 3 flat, 319, 228. So I'm trying to balance the checkbook, I guess, and not put too much into it. But really what's concerning is the walks. I mean, he's got 17 walks in 6 starts. That's not really like him. And his strikeout to walk ratio is just over 1. 1! That can't happen. I mean, his career average strikeouts to walks, 2.79. To be at 1.12 is ridiculously bad for Sandy.
Yeah, I would still buy. And I would look at it as a bonus if you could get a little bit of a discount because of the poor start that he's had. Marlins are not going to sell now. They're going to hold and see if he can turn things around and look like old Sandy. But maybe a little bit of bad luck as well there. But you know what he can do. And going to work every day, knowing you're probably going to lose. You're just, what are we doing here? I'm sure that impacts you as a little bit as a pro. I just need to go somewhere else where I feel good about this season. There's just no light at the end of the tunnel. If you're on the Marlins, you're one of the bottom 3 teams in baseball, and that's probably not going to change this season.
He needs what Michael Kopech got last year. Michael Kopech needed to get out of Chicago, and he got traded to the Dodgers, and he was pretty good for Los Angeles last year. Down the stretch, they win the World Series. Change of scenery, definitely. I mean, he's been toiling. He's been toiling with bad teams and just no chance to win. I mean, how do you have a 2.28 ERA and go 14-9? Oh, I know. You play for the Marlins. That's how.
Exactly. I know. Shorten card just a bit. I don't think there's anything else. So you considered White Sox, but probably not against Reagans. Reagans hasn't been that great. We know he's terrific, but the ERA numbers just not a great start. We know it's going to turn around for him.
I lean to the White Sox. I think I successfully talked myself out of it, so that's good.
Okay, good.
I do like the Padres, and I like the Giants at a price plus 145.
Yeah, I like the Padres as well, so I'm sure that's going to hit lightning bets. And Pittsburgh, I think there's a value play there, just based on the number that you're getting and the pitching matchup. I don't see Pittsburgh as the worst play in the world. Boy, is it that 2-3-4 in the NL Central. I mentioned Cincinnati in second place. 1 game behind them is Milwaukee. 2 games behind Cincinnati is St. Louis, so it's really bunched up. Pirates clearly the worst team in that division, but that's why we're getting a price on that team right now. I wouldn't say there's too much all that shocking. Maybe before the year if I tell you, AL, Detroit's going to be your leader, Seattle's going to be your leader. I know you like Seattle, but I don't think many people were expecting them to be ahead of Houston and Texas at this point.
Definitely not Texas. That much is obvious. But hey, long way to go. It's only May 5th.
Come on, Texas. Turn it around. Not playing well right now. Only 4 games back in the division, even though they're sitting in 4th place. All right, let's take a look at the Stanley Cup playoffs. Those continue. And we'll get a story from the weekend. There's one thing that I need to address from Sam next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Sometimes you learn things. So Horvat is denying the wing thing, Sammy. Maybe people have heard the promo. People heard us talk about it. Like when you went out to D.C., everybody at the company, you went out for wings, had a good time. It was during the March Madness, and PJ Glasser was infatuated with one player, and he kept going on and on about it, and he wouldn't shut up. But the biggest takeaway was Horvat scared to eat wings because he doesn't want any chicken parts between his teeth. Well, I don't know why you order the wings, but then he denies it because he knows it's a bad look.
Yeah, Kenny Henderson, who's on the ones and twos today on our show, just said during the break that they replaced that promo. I guess that they recycled it out and put something else in. But he's like, yeah, the promo where you're talking about Horvat eating wings has been replaced by a Horvat clip talking about Caleb Williams for MVP. So just in case anybody was wondering where Horvat's at.
Or Caleb MVP. I can't deal with that. He probably bet on Trubisky at 50-1 that year. Man. Caleb.
MVP.
He's a Packers guy, but he's always betting the Bears. He bet him to win the division last year. Like, you know, Eberflus is a coach, right? Hey, he wanted Eberflus coach of the year too. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I was sitting at a bar on Saturday, and I think everybody in that bar has the Bears making the playoffs. And that's always a very dangerous place to be. When everybody is, and my one buddy who's not a Bears fan, you've actually met John. He goes, it's the same story every year. Now they have the coach. Now they have the quarterback. It's all going to work out. He goes, how many games has Ben Johnson won as a head coach? 0. And look, I'm a little bit more optimistic than I think I usually am on the Bears. But the Bears fans talk themselves into this every year only to be hurt.
You can improve, but with them, it's always got to be so much right now. Let's go 0 to 60. Checking out the price now, plus 164 for the Bears to make the playoffs. Funny enough, Sam, the Patriots have the exact same price. Wow. What is more likely? Bears make the playoffs in the NFC or Patriots in the AFC?
The division is much easier in the AFC. Like, I think the Patriots with Buffalo, who's clearly the cream, but then New York and Miami, I think, are definitely flawed and are going to struggle this year. I like the Bears more, but I think the Patriots have an easier path.
Yeah, but I think you could debate that either way. Because when you get to spots 5, 6, 7 in the AFC versus NFC, I think it's easier in the NFC, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, you think, how many locked in, no doubt playoff spots are there in the AFC? Well, there's more than I'd say the NFC. Because Mahomes and Allen and Lamar, like, those are all locked in as long as they stay healthy. Those guys are going to the playoffs. You don't have as many spots like that in the NFC.
So last year, Buffalo wins 13, Baltimore 12, Pittsburgh got to 10 somehow. Still don't know how that happened. Houston wins 10, Kansas City 15, Chargers 11, Broncos 10. Those are just win totals from last year, or win results, I guess, not totals. They could be better than, I don't want to say they're going to be better than Houston. They could be better than Denver for sure. And they can be better than Pittsburgh. I'm just kind of looking at last year's postseason and playing it forward. AFC is very top heavy, as we know. There's like 2 really, really, really good teams. And then there's another team that just can't stay out of its own way, and that's Baltimore. Yeah, they could make the playoffs. Why not? New England.
I stumbled upon this on Friday right after our show. And I was like, oh, man, I can't believe we didn't look at this. Well, something we could probably talk about sometime soon because I didn't even realize the odds were up. Take a wild guess who your favorite for the NFL Coach of the Year is, Sam.
Is it Ben Johnson?
It's Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson, your favorite. BetMGM plus 650. Sam, take a wild guess who the second favorite for the NFL Coach of the Year is.
That would be Mike Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel coming in at plus 875.
Come on, man.
Yeah, it's pretty
Who's
good.
third?
Pretty good
Who's
job.
number 3?
Okay, there's a 3-way tie for third. 2 are new coaches. 2 are new. I think you're a fan of one of them for sure.
Pete Carroll, I'm guessing, is one of them.
Pete Carroll's one of them. And that's not the one that I was thinking that you would mention that you're a fan of.
Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore.
No, Liam Cohen.
Wow.
Liam Cohen?
That's Paul's guy. That's not my guy. Paul's Liam Cohen
guy. You were before that viral moment. You liked him.
Yeah. I like him as a coordinator for sure. I don't know about him as a coach. I think he's going to obviously get the benefit of the doubt in Jacksonville, but that's a guy who has a big plan for that offense and a big plan for Trevor Lawrence. He's supposed to be the guy that takes Lawrence to the next level. We shall see.
Yeah, so all at 14-1, I see Cohen, Carroll, and this is definitely Paul's guy, Dave Canales, because he sees a Carolina rebound. Just based on what he says. He's like, what about a year early? Maybe a year early on Carolina? Maybe. And actually, it looks like there's been a move on Harbaugh because BetMGM has about half the price of anywhere else on Harbaugh. You can find him 22, but he's 10-1 at MGM. So they must be getting a lot of love on the Chargers, a team that I know you like.
I'm a big Charger guy, and I have that ticket on Hampton. Hampton Offensive Rookie of the Year. Don't need to wax any more poetic on it, but I mean, I think he's given everything around him, the line, the quarterback, the coaching. I think Hampton's in a great spot.
Yep. All right, Joe Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. The hockey continues. We get one game. We have 2 NBA games tonight, just one on the ice, and the Panthers-Leafs series starts. Florida is the road favorite, but, it's not a heavy price. It's pretty close here. What, minus 125 for the opening game? Yeah, minus 120. Yeah, 125 BetMGM. And then your total is 5 in the hook. There you go. 5.5 across the board, juice to the under a bit.
I lean under in this first game. I was thinking about this the other day when we found out it was going to be Florida and Toronto, and almost knocked my headphones out. Series price. Florida, $1.80. And Toronto has home ice. So that just baffled me to see a number that big. I mean, that's the respect that odds makers have for Florida, and maybe disrespect or lack of belief in Toronto to be the home team and plus 150, plus 160. I was thinking about this, though. Hear me out. Toronto wins tonight, and then we jump in on Florida down 1-0.
Ooh. I could see us having a conversation like that with a lot of these series. So what you just pointed out about the series price having home ice, that it seems like that's the norm for this series, right? For this round, because we're seeing it in Carolina. Carolina, they're the favorite. Dollar, where are we? Dollar, oh boy, it's gone up. Yeah, there's been a move on them. Minus 170, minus 175 at some spots. Coin flip for Edmonton, Vegas, and then we've got Dallas. I mean, you like them. You were saying the winner of that series is going to have a deep run in the playoffs and probably win the Cup. So probably not a big surprise that there was a big move on Dallas going from minus 115 to minus 170.
Yeah, that's pretty staggering where the price was and where the price is. I mean, that's a huge move anti-Winnipeg. I like Vegas if we're going to do series picks. In terms of things I would bet, I'm not laying $1.70 with Carolina. Not laying $1.85 with Florida. Vegas is very good. Now you have to deal with, the McDavid madness, and you have to go against that guy and beat him 4 times, which is never easy, I assure you. But I think Vegas is equipped to take out Edmonton, and I could lay minus 110 minus 105. I can even lay. I would lay a small number on Vegas, and then I do like Dallas, but not going to lay $1.70 there either.
Obviously, you'll be rooting for Washington tomorrow. You have that future available. That series gets going on Tuesday. They're the dog there. Is there one of the 4 series that you're looking at, and you at this moment before it gets going, you don't have a feel for it all?
Probably Carolina, Washington. I really have. I have no idea what's going to happen there, and it's okay. I mean, we can admit that. I think it could go either way. I would be surprised by nothing in Carolina, Washington. Oh, Cap sweep. Oh, Carolina sweep. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't think you're going to see a 4-game series, but I could see it going 4-5. I could see it going 7. I have no idea. I will watch it. I will root for Washington, but nothing would surprise me in Canes and Caps.
And now you know exactly what's going to happen this week. What's going to happen is that teams are going to take a 2-goal lead, and then people are going to jump on the money line. Oh, it's got to happen again. It happened Saturday. It happened Sunday. Let's see if it happens again. Give me, the 10, the 11-1, the 13-1, whatever it is. I mean, I can't say that it's the worst idea in the world. You're asking for it to happen 1 out of 10 times, and you'd be all right here, but I don't know that we'll continue to get those prices.
I still can't believe St. Louis lost. I don't remember any beats like that in hockey. Like, I don't think I've ever lost a game, and I bet a good amount of hockey over the years. I've never had a team have a 2-goal lead with minutes to go and have a 1-goal lead that gets wiped out in the final seconds. Like 2 seconds left. 2 seconds. I couldn't believe it.
Crazy. It's the team. Also, we're tracking all year with the playoffs and all that. And for it to end like that, ridiculous. Kenny Ducey is going to drop by. We'll talk some MLB with him. See what's got him going. Is he going to be fading the Yankees like we will be doing tonight? We'll find out next. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. To Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll check in with Kenny Ducey. Got a few things to talk about with Kenny. Obviously, him being a big Knicks fan, big baseball guy as well. He'll be joining us in just a few moments. So, Sam, I noticed the other day, wife had like big garbage bags full of clothes. She was going through old clothes she hasn't worn in a while. She's tossing them, bringing them to the Goodwill. And then there's one shirt that's just laying out all wrinkled. I was like, oh, look at this. I got to show this to Sam.
She's going to throw it out.
Like, where? I was like, where was that? I haven't seen that in forever. She's like, it was in my drawer. Why? Chicken dinner. An old, wrinkled up. I like the color scheme, though. Chicken dinner shirt here that she had in her drawer for some reason. Oh man,
I'm glad that you saved it from going to, the abyss. I guess she was gonna throw it out, huh?
Dude, I would have laughed my ass off if for some reason I would have walked into the Goodwill store in the next couple months and I saw a chicken dinner shirt stop just there for like $2.
Oh man, not even that much. I wouldn't pay $2 for that.
Oh man, it would have been hilarious. But I did save it. Maybe we'll do it just for the comic relief of that. I could take a picture of it, hang it at the store, and send to you. Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Now joining us on the show, we've got Kenny Ducey at Kenny Ducey on X. Great stuff over at Covers. Action Network will, of course, hit Major League Baseball. I know Kenny always likes his appearances because he never knows what the hell he's going to be talking about or ranting about at some point. I know what number one is in your world. We always talk a lot of baseball, but we know number one. It's game one tonight, no?
Could be Royce Lewis's debut tomorrow. I don't know. I thought maybe comic relief. You were going to make fun of me for Royce Lewis always getting hurt, and he's going to play one game tomorrow and get hurt again. No, yeah, it is game one of the New York Knicks. I'm very excited for tonight. The city's alive, and it's a kind of a different kind of vibe, because last year usually we have the Knicks and the Rangers, so it's like everyone's basically out every night, but now it's like everyone's out every other night. Like you go out the night after a Knick game, or I'm a bartender, of course, so it's even harder sometimes. And then you're like, oh, well, where is everybody? Oh, everyone after the Knick game last night. So it's a fun time to be in the city, though. And I think that it was nice that we had 6 games, because this is going to be a pretty quick series, I would think.
Ooh. Oh, okay. I was going to follow up with any chance they win this series, but it sounds like probably not.
I mean, look, to be honest, I do think there's a chance. It's a slim chance. There's always a chance, though, right? And I think when you look at the fact that the Celtics just beat you with their shooting, the Knicks are a very good team from outside. I think they were top 5 or just outside the top 5 in three-point shooting this season. They just don't shoot the ball that frequently from outside. Their shot frequency is way down from 3. And I think if they just, look, it's a dangerous game because you don't know with more volume how they're going to shoot. But over the course of a season, they shot over 36%. That's pretty good from 3. They just have to outshoot the Celtics. Karl Anthony Towns is going to have to, take off his big boy shoes and just shoot threes. I would love to see him shoot 8 or 9 threes a game here. I think they need to stretch the floor against the Celtics, because that's how Boston beats teams. They beat you from outside. I think it proved a lot to to me. I think I was a little bit of sour on the Knicks going into the first round against Detroit. I figured that was a really tough series. It's a tough team. They're going to get bullied. I think they proved a lot about their toughness there, and I think there's a lot to take from that if you're the Knicks to go forward. I don't know how confident they're going to be given the fact that Boston's been all over them this year. But look, the last time they faced each other in the regular season, it was pretty close. Yes, the Celtics had nothing to play for, but Boston could have a couple cold shooting nights early in this series, and it could become a series. Look at what happened last year, Game 1 against Indiana in the Eastern Conference Finals. It is possible, but I don't feel like, over the moon confident about it.
I know you're probably sick of hearing about it, and it's tough to beat the best of the best. But why can't they beat a good team? A great team, I should say. Like the elite
just
team.
Because they're not a great team, I don't think. I think that they lack Jalen Brunson's contributions to the offense have been absolutely incredible, but it really is all him. And in a lot of these cases, I don't know if I trust the other players on this team to knock down big shots. That was sort of an issue at the end of the Detroit series, or in the middle. I believe it was maybe game 5. Maybe game 3, I'm not quite sure. But, when you need a clutch 3, it's like Landry Shamet's on the bench. Jalen Brunson's the only guy shooting. And, if he hits everyone, that's great. But they're going to eventually deny the ball to Jalen Brunson. And, it comes down to, is Mikal Bridges a legitimate, a secondary or tertiary scoring option like he has been sometimes, and sometimes in the Detroit series? You have to outshoot the Celtics to beat them. That's how you have to do it. That, you can get really physical inside and gain an advantage in there. And the Knicks can certainly do that in this series. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to shoot at least equally as well as the Celtics. And that's just a very difficult task for any team. The Knicks did do a good job around the perimeter against Detroit, but I still like that. That's why it's, can they beat a great team? Because can they do that 4 times? Can they shoot 42% from 3 4 times in this series, and also have a great performance rebounding the ball, and have Josh Hart and Karl Anthony Towns not get into foul trouble? Like, there's so many things that have to go right for this team. They certainly can, but I just feel like they're missing those 2 pieces they had last year. They're missing DiVincenzo and Hartenstein, the offensive rebounding and the 3-point prowess of DiVincenzo, and the playmaking prowess of Hartenstein. That is exactly what's gone from this Knicks team, and that is exactly what they probably need right now. I know that getting rid of Julius Randle is all great, but they miss it.
Yeah, and he's thriving right now in Minnesota. Thriving. We know about Brunson. Everybody likes to talk about and bet on Jalen Brunson. But is there a player, maybe Anunoby, Bridges, is it Josh Hart? Is there a player we can bet from a prop standpoint that may be a little undervalued?
Yeah, look, I thought that in game 6 that Karl Anthony Towns 3-point prop was looking good to me. Obviously, he didn't shoot a ton, but I think that if you want to go over the course of this series, if you want to look at props, I like I like Karl Anthony Towns and Josh Hart's 3-point props, just because, as I said, they're going to have to outshoot this Boston Celtics team. Karl Anthony Towns at the end of that Detroit series, I believe he took almost 10 threes in game 4 or game 5 rather. And, this is a team that, like I said, doesn't shoot the ball from outside all that much. They do shoot it pretty well. And Josh Hart, also a good playoff 3-point shooter. We've seen him have good performances there. So I think you combine the fact that the Knicks are going to have to shoot the ball well. You take some of these guys that are going to get open shots. Towns stepping out from beyond the arc because he's not really shooting that many threes. I think these guys are afforded some chances. I think they hit them. I don't know if game 1 they both hit, but I think if you just take those as the series goes on, I like that quite a bit. And you're also not going to pay a very good price on OG Anunoby or Jalen Brunson game to game.
With Kenny Ducey here on Bet Sweats. This is the BetMGM network. Kenny, let's transition to a little Major League Baseball. If you're looking in the market right now for value, whether it be any kind of a team future, player future, whatever, what is something that you have eyed right now, whether it's the price that you're considering it close to it or something you've done recently?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, it's really good that we didn't talk like 2 weeks ago, because I probably would have been all over the LA Angels, because for some reason I love that roster, and now here they are 50-1 to win the division, and Kyron Paris can't hit the broadside of a barn. So really glad that we didn't do that. But no, I really think that there's a lot of value still on the Chicago Cubs to me win this World Series. I think this is a very good team. I know that they're the hot ticket right now. Everyone loves to talk about the Chicago Cubs, but the value has drifted a lot. I mean, I know that, look, we've been doing this, guys, for what, like you've been having me on for the last 3 years. I don't know how long it's been. I say the Chicago Cubs every year, the last 2 years, but this is the year. I think this is what we've been waiting for here. Matt Shaw's raking in AAA. He's going to come back up. Cade Horton potentially coming in for Shota Amanaga, and he would be an absolutely outstanding addition to this rotation. He is an unbelievable pitching prospect. Ben Brown finally pitching well again against the Brewers. He's a very good pitcher. Jameson Taillon has been neat and tidy. Matthew Boyd has a great year. I mean, you can go up and down this roster. There's really little to really shake a fist at. And now when Matt Shaw comes back up, and it should be pretty soon, this is looking like a dangerous team. And I get it. The Dodgers, they have the best team on paper, but they're striking out a little bit more. Shohei Ohtani has, he's been good, but he hasn't been like the best hitter in baseball this year. And, they are getting a little bit older, these guys, not to mention their pitching is continuously injured. Dustin May getting rocked last night. Tyler Glass now is on the injured list. Clayton Kershaw, probably will see him for one start in August. Like, I just feel like the Dodgers are the best, but they shouldn't be priced like this. And I can't believe that the Cubs are like, they have to sit behind the Phillies, the Tigers, even the Braves in these odds. I just still think there's a little bit of time to get in on Chicago. I think there's a really good chance for them this year.
You must love them then to win the Central. And this is a market that has a huge range. Joe was talking about this earlier in the show. You can bet the Cubs minus 240. There's also 245, 275, 350, and 400. You must love minus 240 then, huh?
Yeah, I mean, that's not bad right there. I think especially because going into this season, my handicap on the Central was the Brewers have no pitching. That's confirmed. The Cardinals are going to be selling at the deadline. I mean, they look terrible right now. Jordan Walker is an absolute failure as a prospect. Cincinnati's still a little while away. Matt McLean hasn't had a good year. Noel Marte, that was a nice story, but they're not a complete team. They got some pieces. So yeah, I don't understand like how the Brewers get back in. I know it's still early. I know we're still like a month in, but this is not a well-constructed team. Like Tobias Myers is not saving this team. One deadline trade is not saving the Milwaukee Brewers. They've been kind of fraudulent at the plate for the last 3-4 seasons. When you look at Willy Adames, like, when he joined the Brewers and then all of a sudden, like, they got good again, he's not there anymore. And not to mention, like, they would only be good for months at a time. And then they'd go right back to, striking out and making weak contact and grounding out. So that's exactly what I'm seeing out of this team right now. I'm not seeing a whole lot that's, really making me excited about the Brewers offense. Rhys Hoskins has actually been pretty good. quietly under the surface. Reese Hoskins might be hitting the ball, and Jackson Churio is having a nice season as well. He's a very good player, but I just don't think there's enough here to overtake a team that I just waxed poetic about, who, top to bottom, there's pretty much no holes in the Chicago Cubs roster, or there won't be once Cade Horton and Matt Shell get up to the big leagues.
Let's talk about the American League East. How do you handicap it? Top 4 teams, all within 3 games of each other. The Orioles are a disaster. I don't know many people that forecasted that one. Is there a team you're buying? Like, nobody's playing great in the division right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Look, going into the season, I was kind of in on the Boston Red Sox. I still feel like that's possible. I mean, look, their pitching's really good, and they have a pitching factory. That's one thing we like. And, Andrew Bailey's done an unbelievable job there. Now, we do have Garrett Crochet getting, I believe that was Garrett Crochet yesterday, getting hit on the nose by a line drive. That's obviously scary, but the staff ERA here, at least for the rotation, hasn't been the best, of 4.04, but it's certainly not the worst. And, when you look at guys who are on the injured list right now that will be rejoining the team, Walker Buehler, Cutter Crawford, Dick Fitz, I mean, there's a lot of guys on this team that are going to help quite a bit. And I think that, this is a team that I wouldn't call it like a young rebuilding team, but there's just some interesting names here. In the rotation, in the bullpen, they've got a pretty stacked bullpen. And then when you look at their lineup, I mean, Roman Anthony will probably up at some point. Vaughn Grissom's been tearing the cover off the ball at AAA. Maybe he comes up to replace Tristan Casas. There's Trevor Story's hit. I didn't think Trevor Story was going to hit. And Willie Abreu, who I was very skeptical of last year, has had a decent start to the season. He's had a decent overall season, although he got a little cold. But I think there's enough here to get your feet wet and maybe get a little bit of the Red Sox in this division, just because the Yankees, we've seen them look like either the best team in the world or the worst team in baseball. That's just how it goes night to night with them. I don't see their starting rotation holding up. I mean, especially if Luis Gil is out for, who knows how long Luis Gil is out for. He was supposed to be on an innings limit last year after Tommy John, and now he's hurt again, and no one knows when he's coming back. And, obviously we have the Garrett Cole injury that's been casting a shadow over this season. So I don't know. I mean, I think the Yankees are the best team in this division, but I don't really hate playing the Red Sox here, because going into the season, I was like, this could be a Red Sox season, and they do have the pitching coach to really make it happen. I mean, they've stifled the Yankees the last couple of years, despite not having a great roster, so they could do it again.
Keddy, we only have 30 seconds left. Sam has been very frustrated with the Royals and not bringing up Cags. He's got a nice ticket on him for AL Rookie. Is it going to happen soon?
No, it's not going to happen soon. And the Royals, the AL Rookie of the Year was the hardest one for me. So I don't really I wrote about that earlier in the year, because you never know who's going to get called up and when. So sorry, tough luck. Maybe it'll be. I don't know. I don't know who's going to be, to be honest. Angel Martinez. That's the Rookie of the Year right there.
That's your play?
Guardians.
Okay. All right.
I don't know.
We'll keep an eye out on that one. All right. Gotcha. Good stuff, Kenny Ducey. Best of luck with your Knicks, even though you don't sound all that optimistic for the rest of the NBA playoffs. Joe, Sammy P, we've got Bet Sweats, and we'll go Where's the Room next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
Here's a slow starter at a long weekend. At a 10:30 p.m. flight, landed home around 2 a.m. That'll wake you up on this Monday morning. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. We're going to go and find out where the room is at on NBA props for this evening. Make a fast break for the action with an NBA playoffs odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet only at BetMGM. You know, I teased it a while back, and I never paid off the tease. Bad job by me, Sammy P. But at one point, your location this weekend was where? Because Gertch is very interested.
I mean, who can really be sure these days? Who can really know for sure?
Okay, what were you told your phone location was? What was it saying? What were you told about that? Which
that I was in an
raised
alley.
Concern
It wasn't an alley, for the record.
Smoking cigs?
Yeah, man. You need some heat sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is, right?
It was a wild text, though, at like 4 a.m.
Where were? Okay, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you want to share, you can. Was the phone with you? Is my question.
Oh yeah, I was outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's the first thing that I thought. And long night drinking, like, yes, going to the alley or just outside of whatever establishment, somebody's house, whatever it is. Like that makes perfect sense. You just walk away because what you do.
Yeah. I wish I had this great story. I really don't. Like it comes across way more wild than it really was, but that's my life.
It is funny. I turned off the location and I haven't been asked about it. I was just seeing how long would it take? Because I've done it just to mess with the wife in the past, and she gets mad and I laugh about it. And no, seriously, turn it on. But I turned it off a while back and hasn't noticed. So either she doesn't care anymore or she's not that concerned about me. Nothing crazy is going to happen.
It is an interesting tool, that's for sure.
I
think if there's one person though, and he's not here today to defend himself, we will try him tomorrow on the show in Bet Sweat's court. I think if anybody needs location, it's Jake Hassan. Like that guy, he's the best at I'll be there at this time and then never showing up.
Yep. I can't wait to hear this. So yeah, he's full of it. And is he an excuse guy? Like something came up?
What he does is he just he plays into the, how do I want to say this? He just starts complimenting you. Like, sorry, my king. Sorry, handsome. Can't, he butters you up as he's not coming out to meet you.
Yeah. Yeah. As he's about to disappoint you. Jake does that with everybody though. Yeah. He's very complimentary, but he's even more so when he's worried that he's going to piss you off a little bit because he's just not feeling it. I can't wait to hear it.
I would just rather
coming.
Somebody say you're not coming. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with, hey, can't make it. It's too far. I have other plans. A simple no is good enough for me. Not all day, I'm going to the doctor. By the way, who goes to the doctor on a Saturday? Really?
He doesn't. That was a lie.
Oh, that was okay. Well, we can fact check all the story tomorrow. But it was drag along. Sorry, handsome, not gonna make it, my king, or whatever stupid stuff he says. But yeah, nobody talks like that, but Jake. But a no would be fine. Just I'm not gonna make it would be perfect.
Yeah. And with me, you're I'm not even asking Joe. Joe's got stuff going on and he's not gonna make it, so I'm not gonna bother him with this. So it's not a big deal. But You can be upfront. You wouldn't. Your feelings would not be hurt, is what you're getting at. We'll talk to Jake about it.
Not at all.
Yeah. All right. Sam, not in an alley. He's at home right now in Boston, doing the show. Going out for Cinco de Mayo, or no?
Going to bed right after the show.
You're dead. It was a long weekend. Hanging with the 108 guys at the Sox game.
Yeah, man. Saw a winner yesterday too. They love our show. They plugged our show, I believe, in the beginning and at the end, and they listen all the time. Those guys love Bet Sweats.
Yes, yeah, we'll have to get them on the show sometime again soon. All right, NBA playoffs. Let's play Where's the Room? You heard the open coming out of the break. We've got 2 games tonight: Celtics, Knicks, Thunder, Nuggets. Both of those series open up tonight. So I always find this interesting, guys, because I hesitate a little bit with player props. It's really not my thing, but once I watch and get a flow of a series a little bit, then I think when negative, positive regression can set in, I don't mind jumping in then, but a lot of times in game number 1, I'm not jumping in on these player props. I'm curious, Paul, where they're at.
Well, somewhere down the list, which we will get to, they have bet a first field goal again in the Celtics-Knicks game. But the number 1 most popular prop, Porzingis, over 16.5 points at the bargain price of minus 140.
Of course.
Revenge game, I guess, again. I don't know. I assume that's the angle. Minus 140 is a stupid price. He went off in their last regular season matchup. I think he scored 34, somewhere around there. So it's, Sam, not all that surprising that they're betting Porzingis. I guess I'm a little surprised that it's number 1, though.
He could have 30. He could have 8. Nothing would surprise me. But the room is laying 140. I think that's the key to this exercise. Every time we give you the top props, it's usually a price. But I don't know where this first field goal thing is coming from, Paul. Like, they're getting the itch now to bet Jaylen Brown to score the first field goal. Where does that come from?
I went back and checked, by the way. Jimmy Butler did not hit. I just went back to look at the box score. Did not get there for the first field goal people from Friday. I don't know. Like, game 1, well, I mean, that was game 6. I don't know. Looking for, I guess, an early sweat. I mean, 1st to 15, I've been guilty of it before. That's fun. But, I mean, this is, like, totally throwing a dart, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be
100%.
Someone said it somewhere, and it's a popular player, and people are just jumping in on it. Because I don't understand. I never consider first field goal. Some people do it. Okay, fine. But, like, what's the rhyme or reason that it's Jaylen Brown today?
I don't know if people, do they just wake up on the wrong side of the bed and decide, oh, yeah, I'm going to bet a first field goal tonight. Like, there's no homework on that. You're just literally gambling. You have a problem if you're betting first field goal every night. Like, that's not a good bet. It's not.
Almost as bad as a Nerfy or a Yerfy.
Oh.
Don't get me started. Don't. Yeah, me too. I can't. I can't do it.
Let's move on. I was going to extend it, but let's move on.
Nope, move on.
Also random.
We're not interested. I don't get it.
Speaking of somewhat random, at a hefty price, Jason Tatum, under 9.5 rebounds at minus 150.
Jeez, minus 150.
Those are props 1 and 2.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, maybe there's, with the 2 games tonight with these lines, you also need to be concerned about blowout factor if you're going over on some of these and you're laying a price. So that's probably what would scare me off. I mean, 3 of these series, I don't know that we're going to get a ton of games. The Minnesota Golden State series probably gets extended to 6 or 7. But outside of that, I mean, 3 of these could be wrapped up in short order.
Yeah, no doubt. That's a good call. Because these are, 2 of the best teams, obviously, in basketball. many pundits have put Boston and OKC in the finals. So you could very easily see a couple times in this series the favorite win by 20 plus. As for the night game, Paul, shocker, chalk. $1.25, $1.40, $1.35, $1.20, $1.30. It's always the chalk, man. Always.
Yep.
4 or 5 overs.
Uh-huh. Aaron Gordon over 2.5 assists. That's the number
so
one.
It's so random.
Aaron Gordon over 2.5. Hartenstein over 17.5 points and rebounds, -140. Porter Jr., that's the under in the group. An under 5.5 rebounds at -135. Okay, so the star players aren't on here is the first thing that jumps out to me. Like, there's a lot of random stuff, correct, as far as the markets and laying big juice, but star players in both games for the most part. Like, we don't see a Brunson one in the Knicks Celtics, which I found shocking in the top 5, and we don't see a Jokic or SGA one in the night game, the later game.
I'm still laughing at the number one bet prop right now is Aaron Gordon over 2.5 assists. That is just so random. Of course it's Aaron Gordon over on assists. Would you rather bet, having said what you just said, would you rather bet Jokic or Gilgeous-Alexander?
Ooh. The interesting angle is these guys are probably going to end up being number 1 and number 2 in the MVP race, and then they're going to be matching off here. I would think SGA, we didn't see the best of SGA in that Memphis series, and I think it's coming soon. Now it's going to be a more competitive series going up against Denver. We're going to see some explosion from SGA, those vintage SGA games that we saw throughout the regular season. So I would say him.
I'll tell you which one is definitely going to lose. I shouldn't say definitely because I don't like being an absolutist. But number 5, Thunder Nuggets, is not winning.
Why?
It's just not going to happen. He's not even playing that much. Porter Jr.
Okay, so they did. Number 3, they go Porter under rebounds, laying a price. And number 5 that you're talking about, it's Porter over 11.5 points, laying a price.
He's going to score 6. You watch.
Okay. Is that your favorite
By the
fade
way?
of the 10? Yeah.
Could be. What's up, Paul?
I was just going to say those numbers on SGA and Jokic. SGA points over 32.5, -105. Jokic over 27.5, -105 at BetMGM.
The problem with Jokic is that I've watched several games with my buddies who have money on the game. And a lot of times it's been a Nuggets game. And he'll have 25, 15, and 13. And my buddy will be like, he sucks. He couldn't get me over the point prop. And I'm like, he's 25, 15, 13, but he doesn't get over 26.5 or 27.5. It's very funny.
He's not scoring a ton. He does a lot. He's by far their most valuable player. We all understand that. I mean, except for those Jamal Murray explosion games where he scores 43. I think it was game number 5 when they needed him big at home, and he ended up doing that. But yeah, he has massive games. So let's see. He's gone. I'm not trying to go influencer on you, but that number's down a little bit because he's gone under it in 5 of his last 6 games. He had the one game where he scored 36, and there are a handful of games where he was just right around 20, just below or just above. So yeah, that's the reason it may feel like there's a bit of a dip on that number. But how do you feel about going points over anybody with the Nuggets up against this defense? Like, all of them are good, all their defenders.
I'm looking at Michael Porter's box score. That's where I'm at in my life. His last 5 games. How many points do you think he had in the finale on Saturday? Oh, 15. Oh, what's his prop? Oh, it's only 11.5. Oh, I'll lay -130. Yeah, of course. Ignoring the fact that he had 5 points in game 6, but that doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
Jokic PRA, by the way?
Yeah.
-120. 49.5 minus 120.
Whew, big number.
It's usually the number, though. It's usually somewhere around there. But, yeah, you're just guessing as far. I mean, Porter, okay, he's going to repeat that. He's played better for the most part at home outside of game 1 against the Clippers. He's one of those role players. Like, I don't want to take them on the road. I don't want to take Murray on the road in this spot. I don't want to take Porter. So fades there certainly makes sense to me. Paul, did you fade Harden? You should have.
I know. No, I just it was always never going to bet on the Clippers
lost
on that spot. But yeah.
Yep, we talked about it. All right, lightning bets. We'll find out where we're landing officially next, right here on the BetMGM Network.
R.I.P. Rico.
You're listening to Bet Sweat. back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P, we've got our lightning bets coming your way in just a couple of moments. A lot to choose from. We've got NBA, NHL playoffs, and plenty of Major League Baseball going down. So we'll get creative there. Some things that are jumping out to us on this Monday morning. And you can tweet us, BetSweats, bet_sweats, bet_sweats, Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Before we get to lightning bets, I came across this one the other day, and it came to mind because apparently there's a report about Bill Belichick that we will get to in just a moment. Not sure if it's 100% accurate, but I saw this interview, at least a clip of it. Charles Barkley, always a great quote, always highly entertaining, with the also highly entertaining Dan Patrick. Take a listen. This is last week. Chuckles on with Dan Patrick.
What is Bill Belichick doing?
Well, this is a very slippery subject for me because Bill's one of my really good friends. I'm not sure what's going on. He's been a great friend for me for a long time. We've been friends since he coached for the Browns. I think he got to be very careful right now. This is starting to be on a very slippery slope. He's the greatest football coach ever for him and Nick Saban, for college Nick Saban, for Bill to NFL. Yeah, I from what I'm hearing, it's starting to be a very slippery slope. And I never talk about people's personal relationship. That's another rule I got. But I will admit I'm a little concerned with some of the stuff that's going on. And I might actually reach out to him and make sure everything's good. But I am concerned from what I'm hearing because, it's not a good look right now. I'll admit that.
I love it that he does this all the time. That Charles will, through the media, say, you know what? I might reach out to them instead of just reaching out to them. I see him do it all the time. So there's Charles Barkley on the Dan Patrick Show. What an opening question. What is going on with Bill Belichick? We don't need to backstory. We all know the backstory. We all know what's happening right now, but it's very serious. Life advice there from Charles Barkley. And the reason we bring that up and play that clip is there are a lot of stories that Belichick is considering hiring, like basically PR person. You'll love this, Sam. I saw this from Florio. Per multiple sources, Belichick has been talking to at least one experienced PR specialist in the hopes of boosting his book tour and or the overall interest of the North Carolina football program. Belichick has been having conversation with former Bears VP of Communications, Brandon Faber. The discussions have been occurring for a couple of months for now. However, nothing has been completed or formalized. So he's got the book tour, people not happy in North Carolina, and let's call it what it is. It's because of the girlfriend and what happened last week. We were talking about what occurred last Sunday morning on CBS This Morning, and that's what Barkley was responding to.
I love Brandon Faber coming in to fix this.
He's a good dude.
Maybe. I
didn't
Faber
know
a lot.
he was doing stuff like this.
I don't even know where you start if you're Faber. I mean, imagine right. Getting that envelope and you pull everything out. Where do you start? I don't know. Fabes was always good to me, though, when he was with the Hawks. And then, of course, he went to the Bears. So a couple of things from Barkley. How many times did he say slippery slope? I heard at least 3. That's his new thing now. He said slippery slope a bunch. And then I love how Barkley will say, I don't want to put anybody's business in the street, but let me put your business in the street.
That's what he does all the time.
I don't talk about people's public life, but let me talk about it. I don't know, man. He's a quote a minute, man. He was going in on the Rockets yesterday. I saw a bunch of clips of that. And I'm sure, by the way, if he's listening, I'm sure Mitch Rosen loved that question from Dan Patrick. Play the hits. Just ask the question. Get it out.
Open-ended question to start with. That's it. We don't need anything else. What is happening with Bill Belichick? Because that's what people are wondering. what is going on? I love talking about the Ring camera video. Let's not forget about that. Keep putting that out there. Barkley does this with Jordan too. He talks on interviews about how it's upsetting that he no longer has a friendship with Jordan and Jordan cut it off. But let me tell you, getting back in with Jordan, reuniting that friendship is not going to happen by talking about it on PTI or some other large platform. Like, he's not going to be like, you know what? Well, Charles, I saw you doing this interview and you're right. Let's be friends again. That's not MJ. He's got this tight circle. Barkley was kicked out, but he thinks talking about it to other media members is going to get him back in. It ain't happening that way, dude.
He always thought Barkley was a loudmouth. And
Yep.
I don't think that's going to change. I don't think suddenly Jordan's going to have this moment where he goes, you know what I need? More Charles Barkley in my life. I think Jordan is completely content. Didn't he make $30 million last year or something ridiculous like that? Yeah, like $30 million. Hasn't played a basketball game in over 20 years.
Yeah. Jordan, let me tell you, it's as popular as ever. I know that sounds insane, but go to a grade school. Everybody's wearing Jordan stuff. It's all Nike. It's all Jordan, all the kids. It's what they all wear. They never watched them play, but they all have Jordan stuff on. They've got that Jumpman logo on everything that they wear. It's true. We're sitting here in what year, and that is still the case, just like when we were children.
I heard an argument end one time. It was two guys, and I love them both. They were arguing about Jordan and LeBron. And they were having this debate. It was good. It was back and forth. And then our third buddy took a hit of his cigarette and goes, nobody gets beat up over their LeBrons. Blows us. I was dying laughing. And he said it so nonchalant, like so perfect. Delivery was awesome. Nobody's getting beat up over LeBrons. It's like, that's it. The argument's over.
Yeah, that's a good one. Like it's not the tired 6-0, but he got there 10 times and this and that. Boom. Nobody's jumping anybody for their LeBrons. I don't even know what they look
happening.
like. Do you know what they look like?
No
idea.
I've never had a pair of LeBrons, nor will I ever.
Well, you would see them. You would think, like, maybe you didn't have Kobe's, but you knew what they looked like. Like, I don't even know what
that's true.
LeBrons look like. Man,
don't know.
What a conversation ender. Boom. Argument settled. We can all agree. Usually barroom, there's no ending. You're going back and forth forever. But like that one, squash it. It's a wrap. All right, lightning bets. What's a wrap tonight, Sam? What are you betting?
I am going to do what I think you're going to do and play San Diego Padres. Let's see, $1.35 I can get. So yeah, that's a price that speaks to me. Fade Rodon, back the Padres. I love that right-handed heavy lineup against lefties. So I will take San Diego. Give me $1.35. And then should I do it? Should I take Denver 9.5? Is that a dumb bet?
Is this the stop point?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 9.5 everywhere. I don't think it's a dumb bet. I'm just so big on Kansas City, Oklahoma City. Man, that's tough. Is tonight it just going to be the dog in the Western game and the favorite in the Eastern game?
It's
kind of where I'm
at. This is the time to bet Denver. I know that they just played a grueling series and it went 7, but I think I'd rather be in it than having been, stale for a while and being like rested, but you haven't played. So I'm going to take, you know what? Don't talk about it, be about it. Give me Denver plus 9.5 and the Padres.
Okay. I like it. Like the Padres, you're right. Plus 130 you can find. We're in there. Jumping in on the Padres. Pivetta undervalued. Phenomenal this year. And we get to fade Rodon. Now, he does have good history against the Padres. That's why we get this price of minus 150. But a little luck there. A lot of walks always with Rodon. Let's back the Padres. Not too often you can get them at plus 130. So we're going to jump on that. And I'm going to take the Pirates. I like the value there. A bunch of Pirates hitters have beat up on Michaelis. And I'm not buying St. Louis at this price, minus 145. So I'm going to take the Pirates in that one. My favorite basketball bet of the day is something we discussed. I thought you were going to add it, and maybe you will in some form. Right now is the time to strike on Cleveland, Boston, OKC at minus 110 just to win the series. Rick Camp threw out some different ideas, laying game and a half with this one, laying game and a half with that one. You don't have to worry about that. And I understand you're getting this price because the Cavs are down 0-1. So you want to jump on this before these series get started with these 9-point favorites tonight. Cleveland, Boston, OKC, minus 110 series winners. I like that. I'm close to Celtics minus 9. I think that they're going to take care of business. The win is probably in the Garden if there is one. But, yeah, you know what? I'll lay it. I'll take Boston minus 9.
All right, got there. We both had questions about our bets, but now we're both there.
Yeah, game ones are tough from time to time, especially when you have this rest disparity between a couple of teams. Paul Aspen, get back on the horse. I know you're mad about my guy Brad Hoey, but you doing anything tonight?
Padres adjacent, or I guess just Padres. Xander Bogaerts has very good history against Carlos Rodon. So 2+ total bases for him, plus 150. So I'll play that. And then, sorry, Kenny Ducey. Giants catching plus 140 dog at Wrigley. Low scoring game, low total, bad bullpen in Chicago. So I'll take the Giants at plus 140.
Man, I don't get the Cubs love. We need to have time to get into it near the end of the segment, but he is over the moon about this Cubs team. I'm like, dude, you know they just lost another starter here in the rotation. He's assuming everybody's going to step in from the minors and be great. I don't know about that one. Can't wait for Jake back on the show tomorrow because there's a lot to address. But you could check out Jake today with, I think he said he's got Send It In again. Bet Slips and Bat Flips, 1:30 Eastern. So check out Jake there. We'll be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Monday. Good morning to you. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we've got more NBA basketball to talk about. Knicks and Celtics, Eastern Conference Semis Game 1. Also, Game 1 in the Western Conference, Nuggets and Thunder tonight as well. So we'll talk about those games, tell you which plays we like. In 20 minutes, oh yeah, the NFL Draft is coming to the district here in a couple of seasons. So we'll bring in Commanders Insider from ESPN.com, the great John Keim, and get his take on what that means for the city, what it means for the Commanders, and how this happened so very quickly. And then finally, our best bets and the Dogster in 40 minutes. Also, how you doing to our audience on Stadium in our final hour. You can check us out on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, I went to a casino over the weekend. And I did something and I was tempted because went to Charlestown, like I was telling you about, and we watched the ponies for a couple races, and then the races got rained out because it was a muddy track, rainy. So then we had to go straight to the casino. And I got to tell you, I was tempted because I saw the blackjack tables, and I was like, oh, man, I want to sit down. But I didn't do it. I said, no, I'm gonna be good here. What I did do was I can't remember the last time I played a slot machine. I'm not a big slots guy. Like, I don't know if you are when you in the casino. To me, I get bored with slots. I want to play table games. But I sat down and I was like, all right, $20, see what happens. I put it in. I play a couple games. Next thing I know, I'm just sitting there. Won like $155. And I'm like,
nice.
And I was like, okay, I'm done. Because I'm not going to sit here and keep spending this money. I don't really like slots anyway. And also, I just don't understand the slots now because they're so, not convoluted, but there's so many different things going on where I'd get something like the letter J, and then it would be like $, then like goat head, and then like an X. It's like, oh, you win. I'm like, I do? And then the people next to me, I could tell were getting annoyed because it's clear I didn't know what I was doing. And I'm looking at my friends like, yeah, look at this. I don't even know what's going on here. But that was I was happy because I cashed out and walked. So nice little weekend, pure luck.
Well, yeah, that's what slots are, right? Like,
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the people who try to give you strategies on betting on slots? And you're like, come on, man.
Yeah, thanks.
They're like, yeah, if you see somebody who's been playing there for a long time, you swoop in right after they leave. And you'll see these type of people if you're like sitting at a casino long enough, where if you're sitting in a machine and you play for a long time and you don't win, you'll see somebody like hovering over your shoulder like,
They
what are you
lurk.
doing? Like, just kidding. I'm not going to be done. It's like if you're in a parking spot and you put your like reverse lights on and then you decide to just readjust. And you're like, just kidding. I'm not leaving. I felt like doing that just to be petty.
Well, I get that. I've seen that happen. I've watched that happen. You're like, why are you just right over my shoulder the entire time? Like, you need to move. Like, that drives me crazy.